6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
you see, he's the man. Let me hear you applaud. He's more than a man. He's a shiny golden god.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday to you all. Hopefully your Wednesday is going good. Mine isn't too bad. I wasn't sure if we were going to get in and actually be able to play today. For some reason, when I was trying to log in and get set up for today's stream, I was getting the 19K error. And I couldn't do anything. And I heard others were getting errors as well. But thankfully, it seems like it settled down a little bit. I was able to log in, although I didn't get any time to set up my ironclad for today's event, which I was hoping to get done before going live, but never mind. Anyway, Sandman, Cal, thank you for upgrading your channel membership, by the way, my friend. Beers and party, please. Sinister, Furk, not good. David, Tripper, 07. Have you managed to get in? Everyone in our org who is taking part in our event today, how many of you are actually able to get in and how many are not? Deacon, Sandman, Solomon, Zol, Jones, Bear Normal, Guff, Quantum, Zero, Weezer with the 86 months. How have you been, sir? Did that work? Don't know if that worked. Acri, Greater, Shadow Strike, Minimal, Nexus, Mighty Steed, Dynaxel, Dendra, Colt, thank you for the 28 months. Beers and Paddy. Shizu! Game is bro. Are you unable to get in? Mad? Ivenic? Les? Oh boy. Shenanigans? Binks? You're in, are you? You're not, Deacon? And you can't either, Dynaxel. Oh, flipping heck. You're in, but you can't do anything. Why? What's happening? Yes, I was referring to your pants, Binks. I'm glad we cleared that one up. Grizzly? Is this after the update? As only just got back. Not like immediately after. It's been working, I think, all day long, hasn't it? Up until now. And the hotfix rolled out, or the maintenance happened yesterday, so it shouldn't be impacted by it. Moose Run, thank you so much, my friend, for the 29 months. And for your kind words. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you played several hours this morning, and you're trying to get in now. Okay. Mac, welcome. Fingers crossed it's alright. Official welcome. You've not been able to get in. I don't think it's you. I don't think there's anything you need to be doing in order to get past the issue. It's probably more of a server thing. I do keep an eye on their status stuff, and it's showing us completely operational for now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an update to that in a minute. CIG, the game is broken. We can't get in. Something's broken. Can you check this? Can you sort your status out so that we people can be aware? They're probably not watching right now. In general, the servers are bugging out. Can't access inventory. Can't claim ships. Yeah, there's. So I think for people who are already in, there are issues with getting on with day-to-day stuff. It sounds like it's like a disconnect somewhere. Oh, Amazon server's having an issue. Oh, flipping heck. We're all doomed. Sun Devil, good morning. Welcome. So you bought a golem earlier, but you haven't been able to get back in since. That's great, isn't it? You go in, you buy a ship with in-game currency, and then you don't get to use it. Yeah, it looks like we'll have to just put a hold, for now, on the event. Our plans for today were to do a mining event where we go through to Nyx with ironclads full of bags and saddlebags and whatnot, and then take all these different mining ships and just see if we can find some really nice goods for mining with. For crafting with, some minables. But we'll have to kind of hold it off for now. Mature Gamer, how you doing? Welcome. We're all mature, aren't we? I'm probably mature like cheese. PC reboot seems to work. Could be a clock issue. It could be. I hope it isn't, because I've gone live now. I don't have to shut it down. Is that the status for Amazon thingies? Degraded. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll be the one. See if CIG update theirs. I'll keep an eye on it as well. But yeah, for now, we'll just have to chill and chat until it gets updated. There's not really much we can do. Can't equip modules. No, yes, with the golem. Yeah, I heard it's a bit dodgy right now. Athos, welcome. Keep having to make rule expectations to allow StarCitizen to completely load on my PC. Either Windows or Windows Defender causing issues, even though it was turned off. Again, I think don't do anything drastic to try and get yourself into the game. I think it is just, well, from what we can see, it's just Amazon servers. Let me just, hang on. Let me just change the title so those who are like, what's going on, can at least easily see that it's down. If it comes back up again, let me know. But yeah, sometimes it's like if you're a solo player especially, and things start going wrong, you might start panicking and thinking like, what can I do? You know, character repair and all this drastic stuff. When you see that other people are dealing with the same thing, it's like, okay, it's not me then. Because sometimes you can get into a cycle of uninstalling and reinstalling, which takes forever, and then the problem is it's just the servers are down. Oh, you just got in, but welcome, Keelblock. Don't know for how long. Yeah, it sounds like even if you are in, it can be a bit skippy. You restarted your PC, Dendra, and synced the clock and no effect. Okay. Yeah, as I say, I think it's Amazon. You are behind on your payments. All of us behind on our Amazon payments. They're restricting access. Ghostly Raven, how you doing? But yeah, like I say, in the meantime, while we wait for that, if we ever do get in today, we'll jump in later when it comes back. Otherwise, it could be Skynet. Yeah, we'll just chill out and chat and talk about. Well, there's not even a lot going on right now. I was like looking at well, obviously this week in Star Citizen came up on Monday. All it mentioned was maintenance today, and that's pretty much it. Newsletter on Friday. They are Slipline, yeah. In fact, I need to change the title on YouTube as well, don't I? Forgot about that. Bear with me. You don't get many characters in YouTube titles. So there's not really much. The YouTube title versus the Twitch title is very different sometimes. Because it is quite limiting. Tactical Toupee, how you doing? Welcome. But yeah, we'll just chill out. So there was maintenance yesterday, which was Tuesday, during APOC stream. It's either APOC or myself that gets hit with maintenance. Yeah, I think it's just... Well, it's not just happened. Well, it has. I think it has just happened. The server's going down because you guys were all fine getting on with stuff. I was just about... literally 1:30. I'd gotten everything set up, uploaded my video, everything was fine. And then I thought, right, I'll jump in and I'll just get my ironclad sorted, because I think there might be the ships that we had from the previous event, the Pitbull and Basher might still be in there. I'll need to get them out. I want to double check that there's a quantum drive in there, which there should be. There shouldn't be any reason why it's not. And then sort of get my way over to Nick's, pick up Deacon, get my way over to Nick's, maybe even fill up on some resources to repair and whatnot. And yeah, I launched the game and I just kept getting 19k errors. So we're just going to have to wait it out, I'm afraid, which is typical because we've all just... Well, you guys have all just literally jumped in, getting things ready and organised for the event today. That's what we get for essentially streaming daily between... Well, that's true. I mean, when there isn't really a day when one of us is not streaming, inevitably it's going to happen, I guess. Oksana, welcome. Space Marshal, welcome. He was on about an hour and a half ago. Yeah, maybe an hour, maybe a half hour. While the game, everyone was talking about stuff not working, my inventory. Yeah, so I think what's happened is Amazon servers have gone down. Those that are in the game started seeing issues where they could no longer, communicate with the server. So all this stuff that gets pulled in from the server, like your inventory, entitlement stuff, just infinite loop. Ships, infinite loop. Those trying to get in, infinite loop. If you do finally get in, you can't do anything. Keep an eye on it, guys. If you manage to get in, let me know, and I'll jump in and we can crack on with what we were trying to do. Hopefully we'll have enough time to at least do something. It just depends on how fast Amazon, I guess, pull the finger out. The event today was... to go and mine in Nyx. So now that we found crafted items, like components especially, persist generally between patches, we feel like it's a good time to start going and actually crafting some good stuff, but we need good resources, high quality resources. So we were all planning to go through to Nyx and just do an org event where we all mine. It's working, is it not good? Now it works. But how is your inventory working though? Sarge, Lance, welcome. All good, thank you. You have a 3D MFD dashboard coming to add immersion. You have to share a link of or an image of that. What does that look like? Yeah, I managed during my wait in the 19k error window. I just left it so that I could download or optimize the shaders. Because I thought, if I don't do it now, if it's doing it now, even though I can't get in and play, I'll just leave it. Because otherwise, when the error does, when the servers come back online, I'll have to do it then. They are showing persistent clothing in those promo videos. Do we know when that's releasing? Persistent clothing, what do you mean? I know Starware is slated, not promised, but slated to be coming in 3.11, to come in 3.11 at the end of, or around September time. So far, and bear in mind, this can heavily change, but Jared has kind of said, well, he has said, they're aiming for Genesis to be September, and more recently he said Starware is hoping to release in 3.11, which is also September. That is all being good. At time of whenever they said it, that was the thoughts then. Whether that does happen, am I saying 3.11, Dine? Sorry, 4.11. I don't know why I've gone back a whole patch cycle. Yoshi, how you doing? Do you know what's happening with the rock cracker missions? The first mission and getting the hand minables with the elevator. The first mission and... What do you mean, what's happening with it? As in, do I know how you do it? Yo, Rhino. Yeah, I don't hear myself doing it. I don't know why I've not noticed. Do you mean, do I know how to do it? Because we've done it before, where you've got to go and get the batteries from the little walker robot things, stick them in the power, whatever it's called, and turn the power on. That's the sort of the first section, and then from there you can travel through to the rest of the areas, get your Satorix, print off your lenses, travel to the warehouses and so forth. They will eventually, Yoshi, but not immediately. So let's say, for example, if Genesis releases in 4.11 in September, it will just be Nyx 1, 2, and 3. So Nyx planets. Nyx 1 being the hero planet, with all the fancy-looking biomes and jungles and swamps and things. Nyx 2 is a very harsh environment with a sort of yellowy, toxic air and smog planet, which is still occupied by, it still has points of interest and it's occupied by people, but they don't live outside and breathe the air. And then you've got Nyx 3, which is an ice giant, which I assume is kind of a no-go space, but maybe you can go down on the surface, or I don't know what's going to happen with that. But that is what's coming with the first drop of Genesis, whenever that is, hopefully 3.11. 4.11. And then it'll either be, I'm hoping for somewhat both, but I doubt it. It'll either be Castra and all of its planets and whatnot, or go back over into Stanton, or Pyro, or both, or, one or the other. So they'll eventually get the Genesis pass, because they all need to be running on the same technology. They can't have, like, this on Planet Tech version 4 and this on Planet Tech version 5. They all need to work with the same technology, because Genesis is not just fancy-looking, cool, immersive planets. It is a lot of technologies underneath as well for farming, base building, just for flora and fauna, the starcitizen population of, point of interest populating tech, weather. So it'll be great to get an idea as to what their plan is. Is it going to be, here's Nyx 1, 2, and 3, as we know is the plan right now for 4.11. And then is it going to be Stanton? Here comes Stanton for 12, or next year, and then Pyro, and then Castra. I would expect them to go back, but I really don't know, because places like ArtCorp are not going to be easy to deal with, and they won't. So ArtCorp probably won't be supporting Genesis, even when they do go back over Stanton. They may miss off ArtCorp because it requires a bit more depth in terms of technology, because right now their Genesis Planet Tech, or Planet Tech version 5 only really caters for natural biomes. And of course ArtCorp is this huge man-made factory structure almost everywhere. There are still natural elements like oceans and gardens and things, but yeah, that might require a little bit more work. Yeah, Mantic, Era, welcome. The servers, Amazon servers are down right now. You might be shard locked. Oh, balls. Well, I assume if Starware is coming in 4.11 as well, which is now, I suppose, in some regard, percentage-wise, more likely than Genesis, even though both have kind of been mentioned are coming for 4.11. It's just Starware has been mentioned more recently. I would expect suit lockers to be a part of Starware. Otherwise, it's going to be a real pain point because outfits mean something. They are specific for certain environments and activities that if you want to optimally wear the right thing for the right job, you're going to need suit lockers so that you can quickly swap in and out of these things, which would warrant the idea that in 4.11 as well, if you're wearing heavy armor, you're going to have much more restriction on your movement when piloting a ship versus a flight suit or light armor. Others may have joy logging in, but we tried logging in at the height of the problems. True, and even if you get in, it is still, you're still going to see issues of not being able to communicate with Amazon servers properly because the Amazon servers are down. So even if you luckily somehow manage to get into the game, I wouldn't recommend it because you're probably going to cause more harm than good by getting in and interacting with things and potentially causing some, shard locking or stalemates. Facemaker, welcome. Yes, do not character repair. Do not do anything. Just leave it for now until we get notification that those servers are back up. Don't uninstall and reinstall. Don't even bother verifying. It's not going to make any difference. Don't restart your PC and resync the clock. It makes no difference right now. Just wait, right? Right now, the RSI status is still saying fine. That will probably change soon as they start getting reports of things like, Amazon server. Like, me changing my title of my stream should help notify CIG that Amazon cloud servers are down. So it's only a matter of time before, we hear from them. But yeah, don't do anything drastic because it'll just cause more problems. As Benoit said during the stream, I think it was Benoit during that stream with him, this is how accounts become bricked. People doing drastic things for issues that don't require that. Yo, Interitus, how you doing? Welcome. Well, it is on the launcher. Doesn't it actually say on the launcher? You've got the RSI status. Yes, you've got it on the launcher. If you look at the launcher, I mean, it doesn't tell you unless you click on it, but if you look at the launcher, last updated 43 seconds ago, RSI status right at the top, click on it, it'll tell you if it's operational or not. It takes time for this stuff to kick in. And if it was their own servers having these issues, they would know immediately. If it is something like Amazon that's then having a knock-on effect with their own, that has to trickle down, right? So, CIG, if you're looking, Amazon cloud servers are down. You might want to change your status. Shenanigans, 07 sir. Tomato King, welcome. Reinstall Windows. Yeah. Drag your bin32 file into your... But yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of put a hold on our activities, which is fine. It happens. Spunky, welcome. Peanut, welcome. Yeah, don't rush to get home. But no, it's so funny being at this stage right now. Like we've gone through these sort of roller coasters in Star Citizen, and we're definitely on another one right now. Yeah, reinstall your life. Shield, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Where, we have exciting times and dull times. We are at a very dull time right now where we're just waiting on fixes more than anything. I mean, right now we're just waiting on Amazon to get their servers in line. But, we're waiting on fixes to make Star Citizen playable. And so, understandably, a lot of people are like, I'm just not playing it until those fixes are in. We've had a lot of fixes already, potential fixes. Some of them, I don't know if they're working. I did see someone say that the overlapping hangar fix, which was a good fix, hasn't worked. But it could be that there are multiple problems causing the same result. So it might be that they have fixed a specific overlapping hangar issue, but there are more that need fixing. So it's kind of like there's so much that needs to be fixed, and they're just chipping away at them, but that leaves us just waiting. And what's crazy is that technically, if 411 does bring Starware and Genesis, which, bear in mind, I don't think they would put a hold on that, because the people working on that aren't the people that will be working on the problems that we are dealing with in-game right now. So I don't think any of that is on hold. But it could be. But it's weird to think that in a couple of months, we could be roaming around on these new planets. But right now, we can't even get in-game. It's such a roller coaster. And, I was looking forward to jumping in and playing today. Because, when the game is in a bit of a state, which is slowly getting better, but when it's in a bit of a state, I tend to just not play as much. So I look forward to my streams because I am more guaranteed to be playing. Oh yeah, it won't just be Star Citizen that's impacted by this. It'll be anything that is relying on Amazon servers. Anything but the Amazon servers. It's such a funky stage in Star Citizen's life. Yes. The game is good enough. It can fool people into thinking it is a proper full game. And we're at a point now where a lot of the core tech is here, but there is still a lot to come in. And that has a significant impact on the smoothness of the game. Like last year, how much it became playable quickly because there wasn't a lot of under-the-hood stuff being done. It kind of, felt like a false sense of security, I suppose. Nichols, how you doing? Pulled the pin on the new Star Citizen, on the new PC today. Signed up for Star Citizen, just thinking of a package to grab. Is the Avenger, so you, tell me about your PC. Although, bear in mind, welcome to the verse, my friend. Do we have exclamation cult over on YouTube? I don't know if we do. Bear in mind, Amazon servers are down, so whatever you do, you probably won't even be able to download the game. I assume you will be able to, but you won't be able to get in right now because the Amazon servers are down, so the game doesn't work because it runs on Amazon Cloud servers. But yes, the Avenger is definitely one of your better all-rounders. The only downside to it is that it's an old ship in terms of when it was developed, and it hasn't had a lot of updates in regards to what we have now content-wise. Like, you don't have weapon lockers. You don't... I mean, do you have internal storage? I don't even think you do you? It's old. Yeah, the Aurora Mark II. It's like the Titan's probably got the better pedigree in terms of weapon loadout. Well, it does. It's got much better weaponry, decent cargo space, but the Aurora is good and it has decent cargo space provided you get that additional extra from in-game shops. I would advise. Can you even buy those additional extras for real money? I'm assuming you can. Yeah, 80. Yeah, the Cutlass Black is it's a much more expensive ship though. We're talking like starter package here. Jumping from Titan to Cutter, to Cutlass. That's a good, like, double the cost. You're updating the game, so install should work. Yeah, right, I see. Yeah, so you should be able to install it, but you probably won't get in right now. But by the time it has installed, hopefully they'll have rectified this issue. You got a crime stat yesterday, just leaving your hangar. Either there was some jerk EVAing above my hangar, or the overlapping hangar caused an issue, and you somehow hurt him with the reclaimer. Nightmare. Azrinth, how you doing? Yeah, shocker. Yes, yeah, we can't play if the servers are down. He knows that, though. Yeah, Tomato King knows that. Hated the idea of the small amount of server hosting services we will end up having. Too much reliance on a big... Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bit like the database. And how when they released, what was it, 3.15, and we had the new database, that basically just crashed. It couldn't handle the load, even though the third-party company that they went to said it'll be fine. I wouldn't be surprised if they have been actively working on their own new, bespoke database. The trouble is, doing something like their own servers, I don't know how much that would cost or what work would go into that, rather than relying... And you'd think relying on a company like Amazon, as much as, they're huge fish in the sea, it's... you would like to think that their own servers are paramount to themselves. So really, there's a reliance on... They wouldn't want their own stuff to go down. Anything CIG build server-wise would probably have just as much potential, if not more potential, of going down and being less reliable. And at least if it's theirs to deal with, their business suffers, so they are going to be on it immediately. Your server's working? So are you... Is everything working in-game, though, Tactical? I mean, I would try it, Alzinor, see if you can log in, but it looks like it's not working right now. Welcome, by the way, mate. Oh yeah, not bricked abandoned ships. If you crash into abandoned ships, you don't get crime stats because they're not owned by anyone. So you're not gonna get a crime stat because there's no reporting of that. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong then. You've watched people bounce off the game because they got the Titan as their starter, and in my opinion it was because they didn't get the proper impression of the game. Yeah, I mean, for a while I've been saying that the Titan just feels out of date. It's always been the go-to recommendation, but it's so old now in comparison to anything else out there. But at the end of the day, you've got, what, a size 4 and 2 size 3s, you've got a good ship with a bed, cargo space, and combat capabilities. It is a great ship, but it's old, so you miss out on a lot of the modern stuff like physical components and weapon lockers and things that you would get in a more modern ship. It's a bit of a catch-22. End of the day, if you go for something like the Aurora Mark II, you can CCU the difference up to the Titan when that gets upgraded, for example. Yeah, nothing works. Okay, yeah, it looks like it sounds like it's still down. Is it all working for you? Let's just see what things are saying. Yeah, that's TK Max. That's not any emails. Yeah, the RSI status is still saying the same. Let's check Amazon. Still saying degraded. Although their storage, their EBS is operational. What we're looking for is... What are we looking for? Oh, AWS service status. The main one. Degraded still. Womp womp. Yeah, it could be regional. That's true. It could be certain places. Whereabouts are you, TOBII, in the world? Yeah, the Avenger is quick. I know there are people that bow away from starcitizen due to being overwhelmed and nobody is there to help them. Same with, DCS. Yeah, I mean, I felt that with DCS. I tried it a little bit and I was like, Duke Star, welcome. L7. So a Ryzen 7, an RTX 5070, 32 gig of RAM, and a 1 terabyte SSD. Very nice. And are you still now on figuring out what ship to get then? Same fuck. I've had the Titan. Well, they're probably my two oldest ships, to be fair. I've had the Titan since 2015 because Bamcorp, friend of the channel from way back, every now and again I see him in YouTube comments. I think he's just sort of, you know, on and off, like a lot of people from back then. He gifted me that Titan. My first ship was an Aurora Mark 1 LX. Well, it wasn't the Mark 1 back then, was it? It was just the Aurora LX. And that was the 2953 version. And I still use them. I took my Aurora out the other day, albeit to get the Cutlass and abandon it, but still, I like jumping in it. If you guys get on, how long are you planning on being on? Well, up until 6. Well, 5:30, really. It depends on, you know, when it goes up. If it comes up in a reasonable time, then we'll jump on, and I'm on till 6 p.m. BST. The F-18. You see, my problem with other games, and it's been this way for a while, is that not that other people should follow this rule, but by any means. But anytime I invest in another game, I always feel like, oh, I could invest that in Star Citizen when I'm feeling like it. Obviously, when I'm not feeling like it, so be it. But there's so many games that I would love to have played, but they're so detailed and in depth that I just don't have the time to invest into it. And DCS is one of those. It would have been great to have played DCS, but it requires a lot of getting into, and I just don't have the time or patience to do that. And, you know, I'm all right with that. I'm not like, you know, wishing I'd made a different choice. It's just, that's just kind of how it is with me and my work and stuff. Thank you, AT. I appreciate that, mate. So many ships I associate with some time in development, like the photo album of nostalgia. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, Merc. Yeah, Amazon servers, mate. They're your East Coast US. Do we have any other East Coast USs out there? Although I think they don't have, like, separated regions, do they? Other than just US, Europe, and so forth. I prefer the Zeus to the C1. The C1 is cool, but it just seems a little too dull for me. You've got a big open area, and then a small living quarters that doubles up as the pilot area as well, or the bridge. Whereas the Zeus has your separate rooms. You've got a nice kitchenette, you've got display areas, you've got a lot of weapon lockers, you've got an engineering section, and then you've got a bridge with 3 seats. I think it's so cool. And you can kind of get away with the Zeus solo. For the time being especially, and probably later on as well. But yeah, I do prefer the Zeus. The ES was your first, but you ended up with the Clipper. Very nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if CIG separate. Another status. Disrupted. Yeah, no change. You'll all just have to chill out and hang out with me for now until it all comes back up again. If it does, I don't know. How are you finding it, Crow? Is it working all right? Or are things really slow, like inventory? Yeah. It definitely doesn't give a great impression of the game, whereas, as Sandman suggested, the Mark II Aurora certainly does. It's just not as good in combat. I mean, depends on the pilot, but really, if the same pilot was to take an Avenger Titan versus an Aurora Mark II, they would be more supreme in the Avenger Titan. Or, you know, everything else being equal. Baby, how you doing? Pledged for the Gladius back in 2014. And when I saw the Freelancer commercial, I was sold. Oh, man, I wish they still had that central staircase. Making us touch grass. Unconsensually. I know, tell me about it. It's like, I'm going camping, literally sleeping on grass this Sunday. Have the issues with servers then. Not while I'm trying to work. Come on. It is what it is. But we've had some... if you've seen my video already, you'll know the fixes we've had. There is, I'm assuming, Well, I think they've said that there's more fixes coming, haven't they, in the latest monthly... Oh, this week in Star Citizen, which was Monday. So it's just a case of continuously pushing more hot fixes out. The difficulty being is that some fixes can be hot fixed, others can't, and the more severe issues probably can. So it'll be maybe sometime this week another hot fix opening up with more fixes. And then, I mean, we haven't had any word as to whether we're going to see any interim patches, like 4.9.1. I'm really hoping that we see a 491 next week, but with a chunk of proper fixes in. You know, because what they'll likely be doing is anything that can be hot fixed, as and when it's ready, they'll push it to the hot fix build, so that when the time comes to push that out for us to test, they have a bunch of stuff. But then these other fixes that will be continually getting fixed, you know, like bigger fixes, root cause fixes, hopefully, they have to sit and wait until they have enough for a proper patch push, rather than, oh, here's a fix for this thing, let's push that in a proper patch and call that 491, and then here's another one and call that 492. And, you know, cost-wise as well, it's not optimal. So whenever we do see a proper patch come along, like a point patch, I'm hoping we will have quite a decent chunk of significant fixes that can't just be drip-fed in you know, the hotfix channel. Yo, Barry. Yeah, mate, it's down, sir. The Amazon servers are down. You are in hospital for the foreseeable. I mean, prison. Gonna try and talk to CIG. Gonna try and talk CIG into letting you buy a Javelin before AAE. Good luck with that. I mean, that used to be a method where you could literally contact them and say, listen, I want to buy one of your very expensive ships. Can I? And in some circumstances, they would have allowed it. Whether that still happens now, I don't know, because obviously a lot of their sales are limited, aren't they? Although Javelins... Have they ever been for sale? Am I thinking of the Bengal? Yeah, me too, Ferk. That's one of my favourite trailers, is the Freelancer commercial. Right at the end. That always spoke to me. Stood at a port, letting other people load your ship while drinking a coffee. Did you see the legend that keeps track of everything and posting it under the patch notes? Oh, sorry, on Spectrum. I've seen, like, you know, over the course of however long it's been going on, those sorts of things happening where, you know, people are like, this is a problem, this is a problem. Who is it? Big Fish. Lucky G, how you doing? From Belgium. Never got to go to Belgium. We were supposed to, but I was down as a female on the flight plan, and we had to cancel it as we were travelling around Europe, which is a real shame. I love their beer. I love chocolate. Currently in Nick's on station, and the server FPS is at 20 on an Asia server. About to try a mission. Just try messing with inventory, Crow, and see if it's an everlasting cycle. So the Javelin was the largest. Yeah, okay, thank you. Amazon. Text it. Amazon are the problem. Martel, welcome. How's heaven? I was thinking about to upgrade my Mark II Aurora to the Basher. That ship looks so awesome, but looking at performance and build, is the Gladius or even the Arrow a better choice? I would say stick with your Mark II, because your Mark II has cargo space. It has a bed. It has, well, not like the greatest of combatant capabilities, but it's not bad. The minute you go down a route of a dedicated fighter, I mean, you've probably got other ships, haven't you, Peanut? But yeah, the minute you go down a single fighter, then you are pigeonholing yourself. But if it's a fighter that you want, then either the Gladius or the Arrow. I don't know which one is meta right now, or if there is a meta there. The Bash is cool, but the Gladius is your thoroughbred military fighter. I see the Arrow more as like your PMC light fighter. Sol, how you doing? Welcome. Rosemary Brown, welcome. See ya. Double posted as well. What's that about? Yeah, all servers are ripping. Absolutely. Yeah, the Odin now. You're locked in the hab. Yeah, you probably won't get out until the servers have rectified. Meta is the Hornet. Right, thank you, John. How you doing, mate? Yeah, I wouldn't even try jumping in right now. I would just wait until we get notification or information that it's fixed. The thing is, as much as those VTOL engines on both the Freelancer and the Cutlass flapping around had some essence of cool to it, it did look a little weird when you think about the sheer size and weight of an engine, of an aircraft engine, and how it was just going flump, 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 like it doesn't pose well. Yo, Jay, all good, thank you, sir. Ship turbulence bug. What's that? Yeah, we're just waiting on Amazon to figure out their stuff. It's just still saying it's down. There's nothing we can do right now. Flood. Good morning to Gunther. Good morning. Hermes and Aurora. Okay, so your Hermes kind of does what you need it to, which is essentially hauling anything that kind of scale. Oh, so light fight. I mean, a wolf is nice, but then you're restricted to the very limited weaponry that you can swap out there right now, rather than your standard. Although it will get more, it doesn't help you right now. I've always, outside of like the Hornet as a fighter, which is not a light fighter, I've always enjoyed the Gladius just purely because of its correlation with Squadron and how it's the go-to light fighter for, you know, the UEE Navy. It feels like you're flying that, you're practicing for Squadron, and it feels good. What is the noise it made? What was the what? The wolf? I should totally do some of the flyby sounds. You've only seen issues with the UAE and Bahrain on AWS status page due to conflict in the Middle East, and down detector doesn't show major issues with AWS. Are we sure? Well, yeah, I mean, the AWS is the status for it. It's just showing this, just showing degraded performance. I mean, it might be something CIG, but if all of their AWS service statuses is saying degraded barring EBS, whatever that is, that's something to do with storage. I think it is a high likelihood that it's that versus CIG itself. Like, they've not even updated their RSI status, which tells me that it's less them and someone else. Although they should update their status page to say that it's down, even if it's technically not on them. Are you going to go for the wolf? But now you've got to decide 21 or 22. Oh, you lost your puppy on Monday. Oh, Flood, I'm so sorry to hear that, mate. Yeah, hopefully we'll take your mind off of it. Although, we're not jumping in and playing to distract that. It's, you know, chat and chill. But we can chat and chill about anything. We can chat and chill about anything specifically Star Citizen related. Like, what are we all looking forwards to? Yo, Blob. How you doing? Yo, Zol. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's... I would have thought it would have been updated by now. Yeah, I can imagine. The minute anything goes wrong with anything, people and their flipping... what do you call them? Theorists start coming out of the woodwork. Someone who just wants something else to focus on. David, our service here in Bakersfield are working, and I got in last night and part of this morning. Oh yeah, but people were playing up to 3 hours ago, David. It's now. Like an hour ago, it went down. You know, we're not talking last night and whatnot. Me too, Ghostly. Me too, mate. Sucks. Sober Demon, how you doing? Hello, Seven. Your ship wobbling, as if balancing on a needle makes it hard to mine. So... I think you can adjust turbulence in the menu, can't you? Yeah, true, light fighters in game are cheap enough, but at the end of the day, if he's got a ship that he wants to upgrade to it, then he might as well get rid. PPP, yes, the game is very much alive, although at this moment the servers, Amazon servers are down, so technically not, but the game is alive. If you mean like, this is the first time checking in after a lot of years, it is very much alive. If you mean, is it even playable at this point you've been playing and now you can, then no. You went with the Mark II, Nichols. Nice. Oh, you used my code? Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'm at about 44 now, so I'm trudging along to the sweeper, the road sweeper. Which I will probably keep Nexus's Odin clean by just driving around in his Odin. You were trying out the rock mining for the first time right before the servers died. It wasn't that bad, but the entire profit per SEU thing for gems that are... Yeah, it could be a bit... This is why, at this time, I always suggest to just do what you enjoy, not what brings the most money, because they don't always match. And while we're in a state where it is alpha, nothing is permanent, it doesn't make any difference. Unless you are literally gunning for a certain ship that you want to buy in game and you want to get to a certain income in game, then, you know, highest pay, shortest amount of time, go for it, get it done. But for your general day-to-day gameplay, don't focus too much on profit per timescale, because it will just bore you and you can get sucked into a trap of that's what matters, rather than, you know, what am I going to do, what would I like to do today. Are you going to get some VKB, Yoshi? What are you thinking? I don't get a kickback for that, but you do get a discount, albeit just a 5%. It'll, you know, on things that are expensive like that, it all helps. Is the new Bunny coffee vendor working? Oh, the new Benny coffee vending. What's that? I don't know what the Benny coffee vendor is. The Wolf is classier than the Basher. Yeah, it certainly is. I do love both aesthetics, and I love the contrast between them. But yeah, for me, I would probably choose the Wolf. Terry, how you doing? Apologies, mate. No org stuff today. The first, you just joined the org again. About to jump in, and nope. Yeah, we'll chat and chill, Flood. Take your mind off of things. If there's anything specific you want to talk about, absolutely go for it, you know. That goes to anyone. Any questions, anything Star Citizen related, talk about it. We can talk about it. We're here until the game comes up or I finish streaming, so we might as well. You've had more fun playing with way less money, simply scraping by in my shiv. Exactly. Don't get me wrong, it's not for everybody. Some people do just want to earn credits and buy everything that the game has to offer, and that is absolutely fine. But don't get sucked into this, you know, I'm earning 2 million credits a minute kind of nonsense if it isn't doing what is something that you enjoy. It'll just ruin it for you. Oh, the vending machine. Oh, yes, the old school one. No, I don't think it is. I've not tried it, though. Are they branching out from just making ramen? No, I think it's just the old school. It looks kind of like Fallout style, but it's not coffee. Yo, Vapney, how you doing? You've spent more than intended. Stayed up till 3 AM every night for 1.5 weeks. Died 100 times. Been rescued half that and went to prison. All in a week. Now, that is experiencing the game. When people say, what should I do? It's like that. Just play. Let crap happen. Mess up, make mistakes, and, you know, learn along the way. It's funny, Summer said something earlier yesterday where she was like, something about not good making mistakes. And I'm like, no, it's great making mistakes. You make mistakes, that's how you learn. She's been doing football. She's done 2 classes so far, and my goodness, it's a class that's supposed to be for like 3 to 6 year olds, I think. And there are like 9 and 10 year olds in it, and they're all boys. Last week there was a couple of girls that literally held her hand and taught her everything that she needed to know. This week they weren't there, and there were boys. There was 2 boys in the team of like, I don't know, 10, maybe less than that, maybe 8. No, there was about 10. So it was almost 5 aside. For the last half an hour they had a little football match, and it was just these 2 older boys battling it out between them, not passing, not doing anything but just running to the goal, trying to tackle each other violently and scoring. And that was it. And now I'm like, I've been trying to teach her like how to pass, she'll get good. If she wants to keep it on, that is, of course. She might not want to. Daylight, how you doing? Welcome. Beers and party, please. Are you in jail as well, Nexus? What on earth did you... Oh, that was the javelin, wasn't it? APOC on his stream the other day, and a load of others from the org went and... So basically, a while back at these space stations, the... if you got into, you know, crime stat 5 at a space station, it would send out a javelin. It kind of scales with hammerheads, then Idris, and if you take those out and one after the other, it'll spawn a javelin, a UEE javelin, and you've got to fight them. And so they spawned it, and I think you all got a crime stat 5, did you? Yo, Shizu. What moon is she? What's that? So I've seen one comment on YouTube for that video, Flood, that their hangar in Nix in Levski is still overlapping. But I guess it could be that they have fixed an overlapping hangar issue, but there might be others. So I don't know. Rap, how you doing? Yeah, min-maxing can take the fun out of it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it if it's something you enjoy, but it can take the fun out of it. Johnny, how you doing? This video, oh yeah, it is old, isn't it? Yeah. Very old. The evil robot, nice. But it sounds like you guys had fun. Is it back online again? Guys, is it back online? Are we good? Back, oh, we're going in then. All right. Thank you, David. Yo, Yeti, how you doing? Organising Hot Wheels and Matchbox while the servers are down. Stop, it's back online. Well, I hope so. He always finds the good servers. Yeah, thank you, David. Oh, back end still screwy? It's still a mess, is it? All right. We'll hang on for now. We'll come back out. It sounds like it's not quite caught up. Oh, I don't doubt you. I just like to get confirmation from everywhere before I start committing to, you know, announcing things. Happened in the past multiple times where I'm like, someone says something, I'm like, okay, great, and it's like, no, it's nothing personal. I just cannot take the word of one person, regardless of who it is, without checking first. Albright, welcome. Yeah, Amazon servers having an issue. Feudal, welcome. You got the whole beat, you love the ship, and using the cargo lifts, etc. But how do I use the tractor beam? I don't know. APOC, you'll know that, won't you? Yeah, trust but verify. I trust that, in your opinion, it's back up. Absolutely, there's no reason why I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't lie to me. But sometimes it's not that simple. And, as much as it might be back up now, it is still having issues on the back end. Yo, original. It was just the Amazon servers down. Nothing Star Citizen related in any way. It's just, you know, there's no, like, maintenance or fixes coming in. Amazon cloud servers are just having a brain fart. Hub elevators are still no bueno. Yeah. Yeah. You know, RSI says it's good though. Oh, from the co-pilot seat. Thank you. Taron, good morning. So, shout out to Iggy, Captain Jerry, and Darth for schooling you on lifetime insurance and upgrading. This is need-to-know information. We have the best people in the community, in our community. We really do. Yeah, they said 4.8 was good in the beginning. Yo, Mohawk. Oh, that was almost a miss. But yeah, each sort of hotfix we get, we're seeing some decent fixes come in. Like the most recent one was to do with now being able to see party members' names and distance on the HUD mark, you know, with HUD markers. Whether that means transitioning through from one system to another, like going from Stanton to Pyro through a jump hole, whether that is including that, I don't know, but many times party markers just go whoop. Even the names go, the distances go. So that would be good if that is fixed. But again, these are all potential. But yeah, every hotfix that comes in, it's chipping away. You know, Knight Rider has spoken. What's he said? Thank you, Deacon. Oh, pardon me. Where is it? Where is he? Why did it not take me straight to it? That's so annoying. I don't know why it didn't do that. Can you copy paste what he said? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm scrolling up, but it's not. I think chat's just going crazy, so it's flying by. What did he say? Hey everyone, we're aware of the outages preventing players from logging into StarCitizen, and our teams are actively investigating. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Yeah, it just takes time for information to be passed. It's not an automated service, you know, that is just like immediately. Just got an Amazon Associates email as well. Nothing to do with it being down, just, you know, you should do this. Well, it's not the message of the day, though. That's the thing. It should be pinned, but it's not technically the message of the day. But it is, you know, information that people will be going there to look for. So it should ultimately be pinned, so people can just immediately see it. 90s plus second desync. Oh, flipping heck. Yo, Maple, from this old gameplay to the newer gameplay we have seen, it's so nice to have vids to show people who are looking to get into the game, like, hey, look, all they have done. Yeah, I mean, man, just thinking back to the eras of Star Citizen, when I first backed, when we didn't have anything, right? There wasn't even a hangar module. Then we had the hangar module. Then we had the social module. Then it was Arena Commander. Before we had any single piece of the universe. And then the universe came along, and it was so, like, when you look at where we are now, yeah, fair enough, it's been years, right? But I understand why, and I'm okay with that. When we first had the universe, and it was Port Olisar, Crusader as a backdrop, and then just points of interest to travel to, like Kovalex and whatnot, and you know, just various points of interest with missions, to where we are today. Oh man, it's crazy. I don't know why yours is updating, David. What do you mean? Who's Brian? You're back online and it's working soon. This is why I have to verify, David. This is why I can't just be like, David said it's up. Everybody jump in, right? I've got to verify this stuff. You're like, flip it, I come in. Let's go. No, it's not. It's broken. Hang on, I'm updating. Everyone update your program. I can't keep up. What are you downloading anyway? There isn't anything to download. Why is it updating? It shouldn't be updating. Unless you haven't updated the latest hotfix since yesterday. It shouldn't be updating. Yeah, there's. When was the last time you played, David? Because there was a hotfix and maintenance on Tuesday. So is it that you're downloading? But you've been saying that you're in and playing already, so there shouldn't be anything new to update. We used to crash CIG servers, now we're targeting the back-end servers. Yeah, we're going for the heart. A lot of discontent over there move away from using the message of the day regularly. As in, because they're not doing it anymore. Also, if anyone jumped in, would that not break it again? If everyone jumped in. Well, technically, no. It's not that, you know, everyone just jumping in one go will break it. It has the sort of matchmaking and so forth. It will probably slow services down for a little bit while everyone is logging in, but it shouldn't just crash it. Defiant, how you doing? Trust but verify is a Russian saying that rhymes in the language popularized by Reagan during the Cold War. Well, I think it's just a logical approach that most people go to. Like, this is why these sorts of sayings hold true, isn't it? Because a lot of people take that approach. It's not that I don't trust what people are saying. Of course I do. In their perspective. I don't think people are intentionally lying to me. I definitely don't think David's lying to me, you know. I don't need to download it. There's nothing to download. I've updated my patch. There isn't anything that should be that will need downloading. Yo, Jay Barker. You're able to leave your individual hub, but the elevator never shows up. Yeah. Yeah, so even if you are able to get in right now, welcome, Boar. Geesley, welcome. Even if you are able to get in, inventory, elevators, anything that runs on a back-end system, server, you know, has its own server. I'm not going to do it again, David. I'm not going to do it again, mate. I'll wait until I know everyone is in and everything is fine. Yeah, right now, even if I did get in, like, I can get in. I can launch the game and get in. That's not the problem. It's when you are in, inventory doesn't work, hangars don't work, trams don't work, because it's not connected properly. It sounds like maybe they're making progress if we're starting to get connected better. But there shouldn't be anything to download. I'm not going to verify because it's a waste of time. The files aren't the problem. It's the server that's the problem. Yes, please lie to me, Yeti. Yes, with your own Geiger counter. It's like, just give me my own Geiger counter. I'll go and check this. Yeah, I mean, it would be great if we could get more immediate information, especially pinned, so that we can see it. Salvage mission's not working either. Took one earlier. Arrived. No ship. Yo, Lucas. You got into the station, but it doesn't exist outside my hub. We never really came to... APOC, did you figure out any conclusion as to what was going on with our stream on Monday, where that QV station was physical for you, but not for me and Deacon, and then our ships weren't physical unless you were flying your ship into them, And it was such a surreal... You know, sometimes bugs can be, like, quite obvious as to a potential reason why they happen. That was just, like, not a clue. Like, was it where we parked our ships? Was that the issue? Was there something interacting there? Star Citizen players so used to doing workarounds for bugs, they tried to do it for server issues. Yeah, it's like... Don't Alt F4 and rejoin. It won't fix the server problem. You know, obviously we're still waiting to see the fruits of CIG's labor when it comes to this. Fixing the problem, fixing these, you know, 100+ bugs, as well as the first hour of gameplay workarounds and things where, rightfully so, we shouldn't have to do this. Even if we know all the workarounds, we shouldn't have to do the workarounds. So I'm really hoping that that will be the case. It'll be so surreal, though, doing something, expecting an issue, and then waiting to have to do the workaround, and the issue not occurring. It's, if they can actually get to the point where this 100+ issues are fixed, of course there will be more issues coming because they're still building and there's still back-end stuff. But if they can get that and the first hour to be frictionless, at least, you know, that would, not at least, but, you know, that would be, I don't know what game I'll be playing at that point. I'd be so confused. Yeah, was it just that station then? Was it just 204? Because there was, I'm sure that's happened at, like, the 304, or wherever it was when I was on my other account. KV, how you doing? You're 90% sure that dedicated game server was heavily desynced, and that QV station had desynced more than 80 kilometers from its intended location. You went back to the quantum travel marker for the station and bumped into the invisible station. Oh, right. It seems that something is up with that specific QV station, though, as it happened on every shard. 204 is now the one everyone's reporting, and the only one I've seen happen on. Hopefully, then, it's a simple fix of relocating it or updating it in a way that, you know, maybe there's some disconnect with its intended location and its actual location where it can just be rectified, because, yeah, that was confusing. And the fact that you're flying into it, even though you can't see it. Like, the station was somewhere, just not where it was meant to be. Not where it was visibly seen. Ferk, Windows install every week, because maybe that will fix something random in Star Citizen. Do you know, it probably would, to be fair. It probably would fix something somewhere. The launcher does have status, but it would be good if it was, you know, immediately updated. I do agree with that. But it does have, you know, the launcher does have the state. You can click on the actual RSI status indicator and it'll drop down and tell you the difficulty. The problem is it's all saying operational. Right now, though, Merc, I would probably avoid doing hauling missions. I assume hauling missions are still very dependent on the mission you're doing, but on many occasions, cargo being a problem, freight elevators being a problem. Is that still the case? Mikkel 2 is a black void outside my hab. Think I'll go back to sleep. Oh, it's the, you know, this is kind of just part of being a citizen. It's just how it goes sometimes. You make big plans. Yo, Raiden. It would be nice if someone at CIG could just have on the launcher something that says... Yeah, I mean, it would be good if it did actually just sort of have a notification somewhere. That would be nice. But, yeah. I guess for them, it's like, it needs to be verified before... Like, even more so, they need to make sure that the information they're putting out is 100% accurate and not just someone shouting at them. Server errors. Ooh. The what resolver? Spawn resolver error. I think it's just throwing up a number of different server error numbers because it doesn't, because the servers are offline. They're not even, I don't even think all these error codes that we're seeing are specific to what's happening. It's like everything, every error code is being thrown up because it's just whatever gets done first. Unless they're making progress, and that's what they're working on next. I don't know, but all I was seeing was the 19k error. Someone else was seeing a 60k error. That is a 60k error, isn't it? Yo, Vin, you skipped hauling in 4.8. I thought 4.9 would be better. Boy, I was wrong. Yeah, I would just avoid it for now. Until we see a specific fix for either cargo and missions or freight elevators. Avoid it, because nothing has changed since 4.8. Bad Wookie, how you doing? Oh, good, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Beers and party, please. As an old mechanic, Knight Rider just needs to use a bigger hammer. A bigger hammer always fixes things. Old mechanic saying. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, Yeti, the heat wave has subsided, thankfully. Not that I don't mind, you know, nice sunny days, but I'm like a wilting flower when it's 30 degrees. I just sweat. There's nothing else I can do about it. And I don't mind, like if I'm working out, I don't mind because it's just part and parcel of it. But if I'm just sat in my office working or playing with Summer and I'm just sweating, it's awful. And I was really wondering what was going to happen. With this camp coming up this weekend, I've been checking the weather every day to see, you know, what it says, which is stupid because it could change even on the day, so it doesn't make any difference. But, you know, I'm taking a hot tent, but without the stove, because the stove doesn't really fit the hot tent. And I've seen the weather say temperatures have been ranging from, like, highs of 22. It looks like it's about 20 now. Lows overnight of about 11, which is kind of chilly, but with thermals and a reasonable sleeping bag. Not my snug pack, you know, winter one, but a Robin's sort of soft, fluffy one. I should be fine. But it's like one day it was saying that it was consistent rain throughout the full Sunday and then heavy rain on Monday, but I should be back home by that point. Now it's saying a little bit like it's all moved forwards, like the rain has come earlier. So I'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's a big tent, a lot of room. Doesn't matter if I like it if it rains. I want it to rain, but not while I'm setting it up, because in order to set the tent up, I've got to turn it upside down, which doesn't bode well for camping in any form of rain. Yes, that's true, Tomato King. If they're not sure what the issue is, just put investigating potential issue or something like that. Just an immediate, like, recognition of there being a problem and it's being investigated. And then have that status update as and when more information has been revealed. Would certainly stop people from doing silly things like character repairs and whatnot, and just put their mind at ease. And you know, they can be like, it's not working, I'll come out of that and go do something else. It's probably a good sign that our live patches are shitty, meaning they are hard working on pushing Squadron out the door. Oh yeah. Hopefully. Oh man, 97% humidity yesterday, that's mental. 46 degrees in Arkansas. Is that Arkansas or Arkansas? I've never known if that's two different places or the same place and I'm just pronouncing it wrong. When was the last time you watched your very first Star Citizen video? It wasn't actually that long ago, was it? Someone asked about that. Yeah, I don't think it was too long ago. Why did you want, this is coming to an end now, so we can put it up if you like. This is it, I think. This is the hangar module, as you can see. There looks to be another Aurora over there, but I only had the one, so I don't know why that was there. Down there, you can see right there, that is a Vanduul target because we had a size 1 weapon, which I think might be there, that you could sit in and shoot it. A size 1 ship weapon. Before you could even fly your ships, you could sit in this little seat and fire a weapon. I mean, the firing mechanic was awful back then. It didn't really feel good at all. There's the towel. Yeah, if there's a lot of people character repairing, it should, like you say, automatically trigger. That would be good. 90% humidity. So Kansas is one state. Arkansas is another state. Okay, so it's not Arkansas. It's Arkansas. Hey, our kid, it's Arkansas. It's Arkansas and Kansas. Thank you. Just wanted to see if it was possible to do anything. But not so maybe some fishing games, me think. Oh, fair enough. Azrin, how you doing? 90% for you as well. You see a dark room. What, in this? What do you mean? Just a dark room? Yeah. Is it just, it's just so dark. Yo, pumpkin. Based on a French word, but pronounced Arkansas. Interesting. Always thrown me. Thank you, guys. I'll probably forget and have to ask again. Last night you got lucky with a couple of missions, but I'd say 70% didn't even show up in the elevator. Yeah, it's... hauling is bad right now. Look at that. Look at that. You're considering doing your own survival series, a comedy more than legit. Backyard survivor. Build a tent. Yell at the neighbors. Rub sticks together. Oh, I got my new knife. I got, it was the Moroccanif Bushcraft Survival set, which, you know, Moroccanif do a lot of very good knives, clearly. They obviously have a strong range of different knives. The one I got, your classic sort of bushcraft, you know, promoted as a bushcraft survival kit with ferro rod, diamond sharpener and sheath, is probably in like on the lower end of quality in terms of Moroccanif knives, but it should do me fine for now. So I'm looking forward to... I have not unboxed it yet, but I'm looking forward to playing with it and seeing if I could do some fire sticks and whatnot. When I do make the coffee after pitching the tent, I'm going to try and use a ferro rod and the knife to make a fire and get... what do you call it? Tinder that, you know, from nature. I should be able to do it, because I've done it in the past, but... I will also bring some stuff just as backup. Outplayer, how you doing? Yeah, don't even try and play right now, mate. The Amazon servers are down. We've just got to wait for those servers to be fixed before we can get in and properly play again. The way to say always bugged me versus the spelling. At least I'm not the only one. Yeah, Texarkana. Just makes me think of Smokey and the Bandit. Texarkana. That was a word that never really registered with whatever it means. That and convoy and cannonball run. Melbourne. Millions, billions. Yo, John. You're stuck in the hotel in Patch City. Yeah, I would say log out and try again later, because the more you try and do, the more likely you'll cause problems. There's a video of yours getting excited with putting on and taking off a helmet in the hangar module. And now there is one of you getting excited for the return of it. I mean, that whole... It's funny, isn't it, actually, how that was like... That helmet flip and put on was in 13 years ago. But it didn't have its whole interior. That's the thing. It wasn't like a physical helmet that anymore, like what we have now, though. Ryan, create fire. Gene, how you doing? You should always take Boy Scout fire water, aka lighter fluid, as well. Well, the problem is, when you start saying just in case, your backpack starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and there needs to be a limit. And I think packing lighter fluid is probably not necessary. I've never needed it in the past. A match, a fire lighter, and wood is enough, more than enough. But what I'm planning to do is gather or create the tinder myself, not from like dryer lint or from nature, be that taking wood and making, you know, shavings or a fire stick or maybe some bark, because the stove that I'm using isn't my tent stove. It's like a fold out little stove about that big. It's less than 20 quid on Amazon, and it's a stove that you can use any sort of fuel with, but I'm going to use all natural fuel, you know, just wood, sticks, that kind of stuff, and cook make my coffees on that, boil water, cook my dinner. But yeah, while I've got the time to relax and practice, with backup if needed, I will try and practice some bushcraft. So you'll kind of see me go from not having a clue, really, to not having a clue a little bit less. A HOTAS plug and play. What you getting? Yes, yeah, the holo table, which I actually liked, but it was a bit of a nightmare to use. Texarkana's a town on the border between Texas and Arkansas. Right, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Tiberius, time to call this, flipping it. How you doing? Yeah, you know, I've used ferro rods before. I've used them, and I can use them, but I've only used tinder that I have brought with me, not tinder that I have created while I've been camping. It's like, you know, dryer lint or something that's coated in like wax that burns well. Saying that, gauze bush is really good. Doesn't take much flammable liquid to make. Yes, I've got what do they call it? That little spirit stove that's been going for years, Swedish spirit stove. I've got one of those, and you get a Trangia, and I've got one of those little bottles where you just sort of pour it a little bit. It's got like 2 nozzles, and it's a safety feature where it won't leak. And you just sort of unloosen it and then pour it in, and it shouldn't drip at all, because any of that gets spread anywhere, and it's obviously so flammable, it'll just be like... And I didn't keep it in because I didn't end up reviewing the Trangia, which I was planning to do, because it was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, I need to figure this out first. But I went to pour, so you've got your nozzle pointing in either direction, like that. I went to pour it like this, and it shot out that side towards my stove, which was on. I'm like, what the heck is that? It's so dangerous. So I need to get more work on that. I'll figure it out better. Grey Zone? Isn't that the one that came out to be a scam, or am I thinking of something else? Yeah, I wouldn't even try right now, David. I would wait until we get confirmation that it's, you know, up and running. You don't want to do any damage to your account. Tickbite. A town called Tickbite. Nasty. Yeah, I've always liked the Stalker games. I've never played them, but I've always enjoyed watching people play them and the sort of design behind them. Yeah, you know, rubbing alcohol, that kind of stuff, methylated spirits, they're obviously good and usable for fires. I just got concerned with mine because I'd not really practiced with it first. Yo, Colt, how you doing? Yeah, no op for us, I'm afraid. Cannonball Run is a race from one coast of the US to the other. It is usually very illegal since it involves curricular speeds and the entire time and lack of sleep. I loved watching the Cannonball Run as a kid because my granddad, I didn't really know him, but he filmed a load of these old films on VHS. And when we were in America last, when we got married, we were staying in the hotel where the Cannonball Run finishes, and there's a big pillar there, and it's so weird because I remember seeing the film when they were literally running down to get to the hotel and all outside. It was such a surreal moment. Yo, Sneaky, that was just my first video from years ago. Entwill, yes, yeah, I know. It's not necessarily. I mean, they should update their server status on the launcher. They should update it and just say, you know, degraded or whatever. But it's Amazon servers that are the problem. Oh, a G56. Nice. Craigie, how you doing? It's an in alpha and PvP riddled with cheaters. Oh boy, okay. Interstellar, welcome by the way. 07, Brother Graves, welcome. Yeah, my week's going great, thank you. How's everyone else's week going? Primus, what's that? I do actually have a Primus, like, kitchen set. Not for cooking with, it's more for, like, you know, cups, bowls, spoons, that kind of thing. What was the, what was the game that turned out to be a scam that was like a PvP, almost, I guess, Tarkov-style stuff? Yeah, I mean, they should. So, they have mentioned that they are aware of issues and they are investigating at this time. But the problem is, it doesn't say that on their status page. So, you know, on their anywhere on their stuff other than just a message from Knight Rider. So most people are going to completely miss that unless they come to the stream, which is why I've changed the title and so forth. Grey Matter, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. Sure thing, Lucky. Enjoy your dinner. Oh, no, it was the day after. Sorry. Yeah, the day after. Ashes of Creation. That was just unfortunate, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't a scam, was it? But it didn't make it. I'm going to get a coffee. Was Ashes of Creation a scam? Stuff that doesn't. Welcome, nice crime. Cheese, welcome. The current record Cannonball Run was set during the height of COVID, when the streets were empty, so some are arguing that it shouldn't count. Most cars are modified with extra gas tanks, so they have to stop less for fuel and the like. Yeah, it's a dodgy race, but it's cool though. And the film was really cool with Burt Reynolds, Sammy Davis Jr. and so many others. So many others. You're just kicking rocks. I know, I was so excited as well. There was like, me and Terry were going to come in with our ironclads, we were going to fill them up with saddlebags, head through to Nix. There was going to be prospectors, golems, moles, all out mining, mining. One of us would be in the Kiga Belt, the other one would be in the Glacium Ring. We would be there to drop off the bags, load up new bags, get, you know, fuel refueled as well, and Chronicles of Valeria. Oh, I've never heard of that. Yeah, Jackie Chan. Yeah, that. What was the car they used? Because it was only like a really small Japanese hatchback, wasn't it? And it was just like regular Bob. Thank you, sir. Beers and party. Oh, right. So Ashes was a scam because the CEO was using backers' money for his own stuff. Wow. Or was it a Subaru? Yo, Raz. I actually wouldn't have thought it was a Subaru at all. That's crazy. A Subaru GL. Man, you know, it's a classic film. It's a creepy dog. There was that film, Cannonball Run, Smokey and the Bandit, and Convoy that my brother and I, every time we would go to my grandma's, we would watch them back to back. What's happened to the tech smuggler mission? Oh, you've seen the Odyssey course. 1,000 out of 10. One of the best movies I've ever seen, and one of the best theatre... Yeah, because you went to IMAX, didn't you? Literally had goosebumps multiple times, and shed a couple of man tears towards the end. Can't wait to see it again. Chris Nolan movies are always even better on rewatch, and I could tell while watching it that this one would be no different. Already looking to get tickets to go and see it again before it leaves IMAX. Oh man, I'm looking for this. There looks to be quite a few decent films on the way, like currently in the cinemas, that will eventually come for free. We don't really go to the cinemas because Summer can't really see the films that we want to see. I think they're going to go and watch Moana, the live-action one, tomorrow, but I'm not going, I'm working. Right, so the devs working on Ashes were genuine. The CEO was a douche. Fair enough. 10 for Rubber Ducky. Classic. Lucky us that Chris Roberts really wants to see the game done. Yeah. And didn't buy a yacht. I'm only kidding. No IMAX for you. Well, we're all Disney. We're all into Disney. It's we tried watching the live action Lion King, and not even live action. Let's be honest, and it was terrible. To me, it won't ruin the old one or the original. It'll just be either we enjoy it or we don't watch it. No, that's true. I suppose seeing it in IMAX versus seeing it on your TV at home is a very different experience. Asterix, welcome. Gumball Rally. I don't think I saw that. Did I see that? During the operation, you just talked about which position would be best for people in VR, in your opinion. Well, I mean, it depends on, how competent you are in VR and what you enjoy doing. I don't know what the limitations are in VR when you're mining, because I've not done it yet. Whether you want to be chucking boxes around as ships come around, like, can you competently tractor things, boxes and saddlebags, in VR? I mean, piloting anything, it really depends on how well you find it, and what limitations you find in VR, like, versus just playing normally. I think ship piloting is probably a little easier because you're not, you've got better situational awareness, and you're not having to deal with any FPS issues. How to Train Your Dragon, the live action. Yeah, Disney doing cash grabs every time. Sequels, live action, it's just their new venture direction, isn't it? Sometimes they're good though. I didn't mind, what's it called, with what's his face, the little alien guy. That was alright. You just take them as they come, I'm not expecting great things from Disney. You watched Project Hail Mary for the 3rd time, you cry every time. That's a decent film. What's that, Tiberius? From the original Xeno threat. Steon. Oh, sorry, what was the name of the space station from the original Xeno threat? Oh, yeah. No, I don't, that's not there anymore. Oh, someone must remember that. I can't remember. I don't think it's still there, because I don't think the Javelin is a part of Xeno threat anymore. Lilo and Stitch, yeah. Killed the ending. I don't even recall what happened. Matt, welcome. Thinking of upgrading your Starlight, as there is no reason to have it now, as you can call for refueling from pretty much anywhere in the verse. I don't think CIG thought it No, they did think it through. It's more that... Well, I see your point in terms of nobody's going to use you to refuel if there is, you know, an NPC coming. I think it was more that they can do that with NPCs, not yet player beacons. When we get player beacons, it will have its day, but in the meantime, if it's just sitting there collecting dust, Jericho, that's it, thank you, Craigie. If it's just collecting dust, you might as well move it on to something else that is going to be useful. Have you got a miner or a salvager? Yo, Fad, how you doing? Or Fade? Just started 2 days ago. What, playing Star Citizen? Yeah, welcome to Star Citizen. You can't play right now. Sorry. It is an unfortunate time to have jumped in. But how are you finding it so far? 4.9, 4.8, that kind, you know, obviously 4.9 was your patch to drop in on. Not the best by any means. Definitely not the worst, but it's not far off, you know. How have you found it? What have you been getting up to? You have both of those. Do you do combat at all? Have you got a ship for combat? Yeah, it was Jericho, Gene. Craigie got it. Samson, how you doing? Dan Shad shenanigans going. Yeah, it's down, mate. A game within a game. You don't had any ads. Could you get one? Well, I don't need to. Obviously, I don't send out ads. But by all means, check my links. What we got? TOBII, full price right now. Don't buy it. GameGlass, worth it. Definitely worth it if it's something you can use. MONSTERTECH, if you are getting sticks and you want mounts, they're the way to go. Nothing else comes close. VKB, either VKB or Verpal, go with either. I can get you 5% off VKB. If you're buying it, it's worth getting a discount for it. Beam, if you don't want to pay the price of TOBII, which is the better head tracker, get Beam instead. That is $30, very cheap. And what it does for that price is phenomenal. MELONMAN, I mean, if you like Lego, it's a no-brainer. And PIMAX VR, if you're after VR, certainly look into PIMAX. Crystal Super is sort of top of the line. Dream Air, I can't speak of that just yet because I haven't used it enough. Crystal Light is a good entry into VR, although it's a bit... Right, it's a beyond entry. It's a good PIMAX entry into VR. But the Crystal is superior. Most of those, barring VKB, I do get a kickback as well, which is appreciated. And, you know, so many of you have used my links, and it is very much appreciated, guys. No, I don't think so, brothers. It's nothing to do with Star Citizen. Nothing is being updated in Star Citizen right now. It is all Amazon servers, from what we can tell. So don't expect things coming back in to be, like, fixed or anything. It'll come back as it was. No, I haven't used the Space Mini or the S-Tex. I think someone here does have it, though. Last night, getting cargo in Levski to New Babbage, rescued a player on the way, had to fight pirates, got the guy to Levski, got my cargo, and still rescued one new player in Microtech before delivering the cargo, all in a Corsair. Oh, don't tell Nexus. He won't believe it. You would only add that if you go with VKB, their own desk mounts are really good. Okay. Can buy all from one source rather than Monster Verpal make mounts too, of course, if you're in the price range. Oh, I actually didn't know VKB do their own mounts. No, I didn't think I knew that. Thank you, Lurton. Did you see the price of the X-Files Lego set? 179 quid. Well, yeah. Obviously, Lego these days is not just for kids by any means. I mean, I love Lego. I love Summer's Lego. We just sit and play together for, like, adding things, you know, building stuff. But the price of it is ridiculous. These MELONMAN brick kits, they are less than Lego would be. And they are starcitizen kits, right? But they're complicated, they're big. Like, I mean, I've done this so far. I've not had chance to do any more yet. This is the Corsair. And this is the book. It is thick. I'm not even showing it, am I? There you go. Where am I even up to right now? I've not got that far. Oh, I think, no, I've not done that yet. That looks familiar. Yeah, I've done that. I've not done that, though. I think I'm up to page 35, so I'm up to this part out of 160. No, that's the inventory. 157, and it has LED lights as well. Man, they're so cool. I just wish I had time to do it. It's like, I love... Oh shit, that's come off. Oh no. Okay, I think I figured that out. I wish I had time to do it more. Because I love them, and I want to collect them all, but I just don't. Yes, Matt. We went on holiday last year to, well, the Redondo Beach, which, you know, basically where the Cannonball Run ends, like I was just saying. And before we went, we were like, we originally wanted to get married in LA, and we just thought, why don't we just do it? Like, on the cheap. We didn't tell anyone. We just booked a photographer, booked a person to take it, you know, to marry us. And we did it on the beach with Summer there, swinging between our hands. She had no clue what was going on. And just did it there and then. Best way of doing it. I see these huge weddings and I'm like, no thank you. Obviously, if it's what you want, then you go for it. But flipping heck, the pressure and the expense. So far, you've played for like 2 hours. And in that time, I started a bunker contract and flew out to it and blew up. Decided to fly back and blew up a second time with nothing around me. What on earth? So something was just invisible. Yeah, that certainly happens. That's annoying as well when that happens, because there's nothing you can do about it. Good start, though. As Sandman says, rite of passage. Merc, thank you for the follow over on Twitch, by the way. Playing crazy games, how you doing? NPC refueling, as it is at the moment, is not staying once. Well, it will. Yeah, like you say, it won't be instant. So it'll prioritize players, won't it? So when we do get proper beacons in for players to come and rearm whatever, it'll prioritize a player taking the mission on, and if no player takes it on, then eventually an NPC will take it. But yeah, it's kind of like a bit of a, as always, a system that is crossed over right now. Like that. So there are trade-offs to it. Some good, some bad. Just how it goes. Do the pages stick together when you get a 30k? If that's what you want to call it, we can call it a 30k. Daylight, what the, yeah, MELONMAN, thank you, Sandman. So they're officially licensed by CIG, much like JRDF's models. They are made by members of the community, but CIG officially endorse them, give them the rights to, you know, making the actual ships, and they make sure that they're done right. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Drunkosaurus, well, welcome. They can be measured in Odins. We went to a wedding recently, as a lot of you will remember, and it was at a castle, and it looked expensive. It was very traditional, very much this, then this, then this, then this. And me and Rach, we just want to get married for ourselves. It's not like we're not religious. We're not, you know. It's just a piece of paper. It doesn't mean we love each other more. But in terms of all of our names matching, like Summer's name, my daughter, or our daughter, we wanted to make sure that legally it's all tied up and whatnot. No, we're not back up yet. You got married in a friend's backyard, and the first snowfall of the season began as you were saying your vows. Now that couldn't have been timed better, Threebeard. Congratulations, by the way. Wow. Marriage is so good, I did it twice! PO stations are cool. Welcome, Ranger. But does anyone even own a Pioneer? You what? PO stations? What are we talking about? Yeah, you can probably get into game. Oh, player owned. Of course, sorry. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, many people own a Pioneer. So many people own a Pioneer. Interitus? Pretty sure you own a Pioneer, don't you? ETA on 1.0. Yeah, no dates, I'm afraid, yet. No, in fact, let's just have a look at what is on the roadmap yet to come for 1.0. Not that it's all going to be, you know, here's 1.0, let's just throw all this stuff out. It's going to be very much, this is coming, now this is coming, now this is coming. And player space stations, of course, are part of that. So, what we got? Starware. That, I mean, already this is expected in 4.11. So, you know, bring that in here, and it'll come off there for characters. I'm sure more will get added. Cortec, dynamic server meshing. Obviously, still waiting for that. Star Audio. This is a funny one because it's something that isn't going to be like all or nothing. We're already seeing Star Audio benefits rolling out. Just with 4.9, in fact, with flyby sounds. That's all Star Audio. This is now using the new system and slowly updating from the old system. Realistic audio mode. Similar sort of premise. Global illumination. Not seen that yet. Well, we've seen little snippets of it. I do wonder when that comes. If we can get Genesis and global illumination at the same time, my eyes would melt. No, lads, just wait it out, mate. Amazon servers are down. It's nothing we can do. All that would do is probably cause more harm than good. So we're all in the same boat. We're all just sitting around waiting for the games to come back up again. Just kicking rocks, kicking these space rocks. Seeing how far you can kick them. I can't wait for Genesis, let alone base building, let alone space station building, and everything else in between. What my 4-year-old daughter, probably, yeah, she'll inherit it. I'm hoping, if I can coax Summer into playing one day, maybe just looking after our pets, because she would love that. If we have a house at the org site, you know, our org headquarters, with cute little pets all running around the house, she would probably love just being around, feeding them all, looking after them all. It could be like for all the people at I'm not signing her up for this because she can do what she wants, but everyone in our org, at our own little org village, if you all have pets, and you know we need to go out and work that day and do mining operations and things, you can drop them all off at my house, and Summer can look after them for us. And then, if Summer's playing, we might be able to coax Rachel into playing. See how that goes. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Lars. Yeah, VoIP seems to be a little better. I don't want to, like, jump on the idea that it's been improved. I think a lot of it is just they've done snippets of bug fixing to VoIP. Like channels, like properly transitioning channels from one part, you know, one object container to another. Like you go into your ship, it should hand it off properly. You come out of your ship, it should hand it off properly, and local should work and so forth. I think it's more that they've done some bug fixing on VoIP in areas that it's just now working a little better, whereas before it just kind of died. But I don't think they've done any updates to, you know, minimum of 50 people or 100 people on a server can get access, the rest can't. at the seat of your pants. 156. To be fair, it's a lot lower than it usually is, and I think a lot of that is just people aren't really feeling Star Citizen right now. But at the end of the day, numbers are numbers. If you're doing anything, YouTube, Twitch, and you're focusing on numbers, it'll be a slog, and it will be painful, and it will impact your enjoyment. It'll impact your perspective of, should I keep going? Should I not? Just do it, right? I don't really pay attention to it anymore. Yes, pet daycare. Drop them off. Hopefully they won't eat Summer. If we get back and she's been mauled and respawned, regened, and she's used all the med gel, I'll be very disappointed. I'll just leave her with a shotgun. That seems quite reasonable. Yeah, I think so. Avid, how you doing? No, I think we'll see how she handles it. We'll throw all, maybe not Pet Valakar. Maybe we draw the line at Apex Valakar, but we can throw anything else in there and see how she gets on. No, Mohawk, unfortunately not. I mean, at this rate, it's looking like we're not really going to be able to do this event anyway. Unless it happens immediately. Yo, 8octo, thank you. Yeah, we've had a couple from them. We had one from Knight Rider earlier just saying that they're investigating. You know, they're aware they're investigating. But that must be the more recent one from Freya. You're going to get your cousin's kids to tend to Star Citizen farms and factories. You're going to literally slave labor them. Volta, how you doing? Jay, welcome. Yeah, even getting in is one thing, but it's actually playing consistently is the trouble. Yeah, I think 2 to 3 years is a reasonable expectation, but it really depends on how, for 1.0. But it could be longer. It really depends on how much they can streamline all the work. So it's a bad time to get in today. I mean, 4.8, the last patch, the last sort of main patch we had, 4.8, 4.81, 4.82, 4.83. The playability and the bugs got really bad. To the point where CIG are like, right, we're starting a new initiative where we're going to fix. We've prioritized 100 bugs 100 plus bugs that the community have kind of outlined as the biggest issues with inventory, freight elevators, desync, hangars, and all these different things. And they're changing their approach now where they're focusing on fixing these issues. And for new players, the first sort of hour of gameplay, all the friction that comes with that, they're working to fix. But it's not going to be like an immediate, here is everything fixed. So 4.9 came out, which did fix a ton of stuff wrong with 4.8, but not everything. So we are still feeling these issues. A lot of them got fixed, but a lot of them haven't. So we should be seeing more and more hotfix patches come along. Maybe some bigger patches like a 4.9.1 at some point with bigger fixes. But what I mean by a bad time right now is that Amazon cloud servers are down, which is what Star Citizen uses to even get in the game. So you can technically get in, but nothing is communicating with the servers. So there is no playing right this second. So hopefully it gets fixed soon, but even if it does, 4.9 is not the best patch we've had, and it is problematic in a lot of areas. But, there's still a lot to do, and a lot to learn, and a lot to get on with, especially for a new player. So, absolutely, when you can get in and just make mistakes and play and see how you find it. And welcome to the verse, by the way. If you've got any questions, not just you, Fade, anyone, ask away. Yo, Mute. What's my take on the Basher? I really like the style. I love Gray's style. The shiv is cool. I think the design is kind of like, someone living in the backwater, just grabbing what they can out of shipwrecks, fashioning something and making it, which is, I feel like, a better way of introducing it, where it's not like mass-produced, because it's not something that can be mass-produced. Thank you for the follow, Octo and Dawn. Much appreciated. But at the same time, it's a funky looking ship. Not my top style, but I do like it. I just feel like it shouldn't be like a mass-produced manufacture. It should be like you be walking around a swamp and then you find someone's house and they start shooting at, you know, like an NPC, and they start firing at you and you take them down, and then you get there and they've got this ship there and you're like, oh, I'll take that. Nice. I feel like that would be a cool way of presenting it, but either way, I like the design. It does look like you will need a tetanus shot though. Oh, you're at work. That's perfect. Yeah, at the end of the day, as someone who's been playing from the very beginning, there is nothing like Star Citizen. You will not find another game that feels the same, that offers the same kind of stuff, but at the same time, it can be, and it is right now, a kind of a mess with bugs and problems that you can navigate through if you've been playing a while and you know how to get past them, or if you focus on certain gameplay and not others. But it's worth sticking with. Even if you're not playing right now, it's worth following, sticking with, and seeing what happens, because they are doing things that no other game does. And if I'm already having this kind of experience in an alpha, and I have been for the last however many years, it's only going to get better. But it's hit or miss as to whether you will have a good time or not, or whether things will work or not. And it's not something that you can just go into with, you know, if you go into it with big plans of what to do, especially when I'm trying to record, and it all goes wrong, it's just frustrating. So it's a catch-22, because it's so good you want to play it, but at the same time it can be so bad that when you really want to play it and you can't, like today, it's frustrating. So it's a roller coaster. But hang out with us, stay in the community, ask your questions, jump in when you can and play it, and by all means join our org or join another org and try it with other people. It is like nothing else out there. Nor, how you doing, Zenil? Amazon servers. So Star Citizen runs on cloud servers, right? All games run on servers. All online games, they run on servers, right? To allow people to connect with everyone across the world. And Star Citizen is on Lumberyard. Kind of, well, their own. It's kind of the engine is a Lumberyard derivative engine. And it uses Amazon cloud servers to host the game. So when Amazon servers go down, there is nothing CIG can do about it right now. So right now it's kind of, you know, not overly accessible, because things like your inventory communicates to a server, your ASOP communicates to a server, everything you own is you know, cloud-based, and if you can't connect to that server, you can't access that stuff. So it ultimately renders the game unplayable. Yes, level of detail, the small things, the big things. Stick at it or don't play it and just follow along development. It is entirely up to you how you follow Star Citizen. And sometimes it's good to just take a break when things are going rough, jump back in again when things are going good, and keep doing it, you know? Over the, what, 15, no, however long, I don't even know how many years it is now. 2012 was when I first got into it. We've had moments where it's been incredible and exciting, and then we've had some really, you know, down at the bottom of the depths, clinging on, hoping it gets fixed and things happen and we get some content and whatever, and it's kind of been like that ever since. Friction in Star Citizen? Don't be daft. Blowed, how you doing? Yeah, it's best right now, Phantom Killer, welcome. It's best at this point not trying to jump in until we know it is actually working, because it could cause a lot of errors and delays in getting your account sorted. Do not do a character repair, whatever you do. You can brick your account. Thank you, Dawn. Much appreciated. Welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, customizable. It will be. Yeah, it'll definitely have those options. I mean, you can already take the crane off the top as a bit of aesthetic difference. Octo, very true. Nothing like Star Citizen. Also, people like me who still get on with it with all the bugs it has. Yeah. The fact is, as unplayable as Star Citizen can be at times, if, like, to me, and this is why I've always been here and always held on to it, Not that I'm like clinging on, like it's not that bad. It's if I'm having this kind of experience, and I mean I'm talking years ago, that kind of experience that early on in an alpha where there is barely anything, to it being continuously the best gaming experience of my life throughout its development, in an alpha where it's riddled with bugs and problems and desync and server errors and all these different things, then it's worth waiting for. But of course, my perspective, I'm nearly 40. I have a lot of years ahead of me. Other people don't. Other people, you know, my patience is all right. I do this for a living. So for me, it's a very different kettle of fish compared to someone else. Ice Viper, how you doing? Got to sleep on your left side sometimes. I forget to roll over and... yeah, I feel that sometimes. Agent, welcome. Yeah, they may switch to beta. We'll see. I don't know what their plan is, but it certainly could go that way. Johnny, how you doing? Good, I turn on your stream and find out there's a problem with the server and not my end. Yes. Was in-game and jumping to a marker and end up in outer space with no jump point to get back. So after three character repairs and uninstall game, finally... Oh, Johnny. Johnny. Now you know. We'll leave it at that. That's like sheer desperation of getting back in again. Yeah, just don't do anything. Just let it be. Lumberyard is nothing to do with it. Okay. Oh, that's been completely discontinued. So CIG are hosting their servers on AWS. Right, so they buy servers from Amazon. And obviously their engine, the Star engine, is absolutely nothing to do with Lumberyard anymore. But I guess maybe there's no snippets of CryEngine at all anymore, is there? I haven't been keeping up with it, to be fair. Yo, Aries, how you doing? I know people who get married and have had children while waiting for Star Citizen to come out. Since I backed Star Citizen, both my parents have died. I've had a child, got married, moved into a house. It's like, is there nothing? No, it's all right. We're talking about this. It's fine. It's like lots has happened, right? And everyone has had. I mean, you could say the same about GT6. Since waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6 to come along, how much has happened? You know, it's kind of the way it goes, isn't it? But yeah, obviously we are here. We know each other day to day, and so much changed in our lives. Yo, Super Champs, how you doing? I really hope this game doesn't transform into an instancing fest. It won't. Full stop. It's not an instant. It's another option. Instancing is like a happy sort of lucky win. All right, we'll put it on that for now while I'm trying. But it's a happy win, like a bonus of the technology that they're developing to make Star Citizen MMO possible. It's not a, oh, screw all that, we'll just make every piece of content instance and PvE. It is an additional piece of content that can be very much tailored to tell stories or cater for very, very different types of gameplay for every single kind of player, on top of the MMO open world that already exists and will be built upon. So many fears and statements I see from people and other content creators of, oh, I hope this isn't going to happen. It's just not. They're sticking to their original vision as much as possible, which has actually grown massively from the original vision in a better way, while also including additional things. A lot of it will certainly have to change and fit, which, you know, certain areas might feel a little watered down, which is a shame, but it's absolutely not going to be just instanced and nothing else. Well, just because of the games are doing it, it absolutely doesn't mean Star Citizen will. It is, you know, Chris still has his vision, and as much as people are like, get rid of Chris or whatever, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be anywhere near where we are now. It would probably have changed. There's like a balance to things, right? You've got Chris the Visionary wanting to get everything under the sun, and then you've got others that are like, we need to just kind of find a way of making it work so we get a game and we get all this stuff later down the line, like drawing a line. If Chris had gone, it probably would just be a very typical game that every other game does. They would have probably taken more of the usual directions. Or the common directions that games are going in, just because they adopt certain things like instance content and various things like that. Thankfully, Sniper Glint doesn't mean it's becoming like every other game, you know. Oh no, absolutely, yeah, no. Expressions and impressions and opinions should absolutely be expressed, 100%. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You know, I'm not calling you out saying you're wrong or you're an idiot or anything. Absolutely not. It's I'm just hoping that I can put your mind at ease that that's not what they're gonna do, you know? You dickhead. I'm only kidding. He was hoping it was raining, so you saw it was raining, so you did a character repair. Without instancing, we'll have longer hanger queues. I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess we would have physical, absolute hanger queues of, you know, we're going to literally queue up. They just announced they released a new version of Spectrum. Could that potentially effed up all the back-end services? I don't know. I don't know enough about that kind of stuff. Maybe? Yeah, Chris has final word, and he needs to have final word. You know, he as much as certain things slip in, because you get like for example, you get someone like what's his name, Sniper Glint guy, coming in doing all these like typical modern FPS shooter tropes that Star Citizen isn't, and he's kind of making it. You know, he's going on what he knows, and he's, you know, running with it and doing some good stuff, but also some very typical stuff. And then I think somewhere down the line, Chris is like, no, that's not what Star Citizen is. We need to keep it to this, you know, Battlefield meets Arma FPS style. That's the original vision for it. Let's keep it down there. And you see that, but that stuff comes in, and then it's like, wait a minute, no, dial it back. And it's just the way it goes. Yo, Astro, how you doing? 07. We used to spawn in hospital gowns. I used to collect those hospital gowns. That was the only way I could eat. Raga, how you doing? Thank you, sir. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm still holding on. New Spectrum has nothing to do with it. Website runs on completely different servers. Thank you, Tomato King. Yeah. Yo, Dibley. We must also stop Chris from watching any more sci-fi or any of the sci-fi games until 1.0 comes out, because we're all going to die eventually. We want to play Star Citizen beforehand. I at the end of the day, like 10 for the Chairman was one of my favourite series, because Chris was literally the yes man. It was, question comes in, could we do this? Yeah, we should do that. We'll do that. But... And that stuff will likely all still happen. The difference being is they now have line in the sand, right? Which is 1.0. They have a list of what they want in 1.0, which is all here. And beyond 1.0 will take as long as it takes. 1.0 will technically take as long as it takes, and it kind of needs to. They shouldn't rush. They have the freedom and the finances not to rush, to do it properly, not to take any traditional game routes of publishers forcing them to release when it's not ready. They just release it when it's not ready in their own accord. But no, we need that to be the case, because that's what gets the game good. But of course, there is a time scale to that. Yeah, I miss Eric Peterson. But now we have not a deadline, a line in the sand of this is what the released version will be. And that's what they're working towards, which is, it shouldn't be understated. That's important because it gives a goal, like a goal line for everyone to work towards, for us to look at. Even though dates are still not at all going to happen, it's still important. And then post that, all this other stuff from 10 for the Chairman, all the stretch goals and whatnot, can come along. And 1.0, if what we have now is anything to go by, it's going to be just phenomenal. I don't even know how I'm going to feel when we have all that stuff that 1.0 is bringing. Let alone everything else that was in the 10 for the Chairmans and whatnot. And I'm okay waiting for it, personally speaking. I don't want to wait forever, of course, but I'm okay. If we're talking, under 5 years for 1.0, I'll be happy. Kobe, how you doing? Yeah, if Chris leaves, Star Citizen is dead. Absolutely. As much as people are like, get rid of Chris, they don't know what they're talking about. They are completely clueless. Witness, welcome. When this game runs like a well-oiled machine, it is out of this world. When it does not run well, it is a pox on CIG. It is, to some people, it is a pox. But to me, it's... Like, I know this stuff is hard, right? I don't know exactly how hard it is because I've not tried to do it. But when it works, it is insanely cool. When it doesn't, it goes to show how fun it is when it works because it gets insanely irritating. Yeah, no, not we don't. They don't use physical servers. 1.0 will not be the end. No, MMOs are never finished. After 1.0, there will be an expectation of stable gameplay, but balancing and changes to systems and game loops will always be on the table. Source: an old player and play MMO. You're old and you play MMO. Absolutely, 100%, Astro. 1.0 is just the viable, releasable version. Like, if you know, this is 1.0. What am I looking for here? If you want to know what else is coming, I mean, I don't know if this is going to really give us everything. It's definitely not going to give us everything. It'll give us some idea as to what is intent. Look at that. That's crazy. So this is where the funding of this is what they were doing all the way down to like 65 million, and we're like, okay, we need to stop these funding goals and just start building with all these different systems, professional mod tools. We'll see about that. Launching with X amount of systems is, you can ignore that. Tablet companion application to check your inventory, commission and find missions on the Galactic News feed. 70 star systems. What else have we got here? Build their own mocap studio. 10 million. Move poor Eric Peterson out of the basement. They did that. Sound Studio Hangar module will feature Oculus Rift support, because that was all that was available at that time. Look at the VR landscape now. Command and Control Center. Supervise the battle from the deck of your Idris or Destroyer, class to be determined, to be announced, with advanced C&C, so command and control packages that allow you to tie all of your ships together and assume central command from a third station, from a third seat, well, just the star map. Hibernation mode. Professional quality feature length behind the scenes of... I mean, they've been filming this for years, I'm sure. Fourth landing option. Oh, so it was just 4, unless we see a 5th, if they've announced it. But back in the day, there was only going to be 4 landing locations on Earth. That's going to be an interesting one to figure out. Battle Cruiser. Look at that. 17 million. 5 grand. 15 years later, 12 years later. Oh, give or take. Exclusive star system for pre-launch backers. Only players who support the game before this point, 2013, 6th of September, unless it's the 9th of June. No, 6th of September, will receive the computer coordinates needed to allow their jump drives to access this system. The minute that goes live, though, everyone will know about it. Yeah, maybe we should add another one on here for my studio instead of a tiny office. Saying that, I don't mind, it's easy to clean. Not that I clean it. Jane's Fighting Ship Style Manual, free PDF for all players. Manage space stations. This was, you know, the idea back here was that we would compete and own and operate a limited number of space stations across the galaxy as points of contention. Now, plan is to build it. Build our own. An RSI museum will air monthly. First-person combat on select lawless planets. Look how much this has changed. For the better. For the better, I will add. Salvage mechanic. Facial captures, we've got that. The Xi'an Scout. Public transport system. That's caused a lot of headaches, but we're getting there. Enhanced Alpha. Enhanced capital ship systems. In addition to the command and control systems, as they've just mentioned, we're going to expand capital ship functions. Lead a damage control team to fight fires and repair key systems during battle, control internal bulkheads and flow borders, and man a number of consoles like navigation and engineering that will make commanding a capital ship feel even more immense. This was all planned back in 2013. Banu Merchantman. Mission design for Squadron, A90 Jump, the Orion, the Aegis Surveyor. Have we seen that one yet? I can't remember what that ended up being. Anvil Karak, the Hull C, Herald, new systems, lots of systems for like every million, because it was a few days between these millions being reached. They would release, you know, more systems being done. Procedural generation, 2014. So a procedural generation R&D team. This was a stretch goal where they will allocate funding to develop procedural generation technology for future iterations of Star Citizen. Advanced PG will be necessary for creating entire planets worth of exploration and development content. A strike team, a special strike team of procedural generation orientated developers will be assembled to make this technology a reality. This was back in 2014, where they were like, let's look into it, right? Xavian, thank you for the follow. Welcome. No, I couldn't afford to become chairman back then. I spent the minimum amount and I was done. I thought I was done. 2 billion goal moved me out to a 12-story high-rise. All the other rooms I'll keep for other things. Updated Observis Guide. Additional funding from the 42 million will go to expanding the website area of the Galactopedia. And this will all be accessible in-game as well at some point. Explorer-class Moby-Glass rig. A towel. We all got that. The Omni-Roll combat armor. We've got orcs now. Stellar cartography. Walk among your distant horizons that you've charted in Star Citizen's dedicated map room, featuring a 3D holographic representation of the known universe. Your map room will start with the basic guide to the UEE and will expand to something that is unique to you as you explore uncharted worlds and discover new secrets. Build the most in-depth universe map possible and show it off to your visitors, or lock down your secret jump points and hidden trading posts so that no one else can follow. Interface directly with the Observis Guide or the Galactopedia to find out everything from what ores are in demand on MacArthur, to who serves the best pasta on Terra. And with the ability to leave your own notes about your encounters and travels, it's more than a map, it's your digital diary. Hadesian Artifact, that was just a little thing we got. Updated scanning software, this is something we will start to, this is old back then. An engine tuning kit, that's probably going to change into something more appropriate for what we have in engineering now. A commercial, that million got us a commercial. Space Xi'an plant, we've seen a lot of plants. Alien languages, 2014, they started developing the languages with Britton Watkins. Met him in an elevator and got really awkward with him. I wish I'd handled that differently. Web-based known universe map. Still needs a lot of work, but it's getting there. The BB-12 maneuvering, like manned maneuvering unit. This is like an engineering unit. I don't know if we're going to see this in what it states here, but it's going to be maybe a little different. This is an interesting one. Independent Arbitrators Guild. Have you been wronged by your superiors? Has a member of your organization entrusted with watching the funds? Nexus. Been watching them go into their own pockets? Think you don't have any recourse? You're wrong. Fully licensed and bonded to work within the UEE and beyond, the Independent Arbitrators Guild allows citizens and civilians, we don't discriminate, to file complaints against or within private organizations, petition cases with our IAG representatives to have your voice heard and restitutions made. If your business is... Basically, what this is if someone's griefing, being dickheads, being rude, being racist, being awful in-game, or something happens that you don't think it should have happened, you can report them to this, and that will be investigated by employees of CIG to make sure that it doesn't happen, or, you know, you get recompense. You know what I'm trying to say. Fire, how you doing? Yeah, no, it's Amazon's down, mate. We're still... I don't think we're going to get on today, unfortunately. 4:30. More detailed AI activities. This was probably talking about subsumption. I don't know what they were... It's still going on. A ballistic Gatling gun, J-Span Cryostar. That's a manufacturer of various components. Coolers. The Mystic Endeavour. We got 10,000 UEC for that one. Crucible, that's a cool one. That's the repair ship. That's like a garage. You can fly into it and get fixed up, but we don't have it yet. Vanguard, Prowler, Genesis Starliner, Reliant, Pets. Here we go. This is where it stops. So Pets, we have repair bots, we have fish, but we haven't implemented a traditional pet system in Star Citizen yet. At 64 million, that changes from Jones the Cat in Aliens to Battlestar Galactica's Daggett. Pets have a place on board our ships. And this was thanks to Paddington, the dog that was on the stretch goal, who passed away back in whenever this was, I guess. And then ship modularity, that was the last stretch goal. But of course, the game has grown a lot since then. Yo, Keithent. Yeah, logging in is all right. Logging in isn't the problem. It's everything that works in-game not responding properly. So, you know, inventory, ASOP, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it would be nice to get all the flair actually usable. That's such a big job, isn't it? Is getting all the flair that we have, all the subscriber flair, all the flair from years ago, in-game as proper assets that can be decorated. I'm guessing as each, you know, time goes past, they're going to be updating that stuff to make it actually viable in game. But like, if I go to my first thing, the AMX1 repair bot, but there's so much flair that we're still waiting on. Like all this, a lot of this stuff is actually in game now. You know, like the hangar flare stuff. Like the fish tanks in game, the Midas fish I can't put in game yet, and then I went and bought all the other fish as well. The poster with Eric Peterson. Eric Peterson was kind of Jared before Jared became what Eric Peterson was. Posters, my Oshi, can't put them in there anymore. The towel doesn't show up. All these Takietsu models and Puizi stuff, the collections, Mr. Refinement's cabinet, the locker from another universe with Skeleton's shirting. Yo, Mr. Mustang. Definitely a lot better from 4.0. Certainly worth jumping in again, but right now the servers are down, so we can't really play. Yeah, 3 or 4 pages that don't work. But no, it's definitely worth. When the servers come back up again, Mustang, certainly suggest jumping in and just trying for yourself. 4.9 isn't the best patch. It's suffering a lot of stuff, but in comparison to what 4.0 was, Recompense, thank you. Recompense. Compared to what it was at 4.0, it's certainly improved. Message of the day. We are currently putting together a new client-server hotfix for 4.9 Live with further docking fixes, docked ship commodity selling, minimap route display fixes, and multiple stability updates. Did I say that weird? Multiple stability updates. We plan on having the client side up on the hotfix channel tonight for testing. Thank you, Zol. So, again, it's going to take time to get things fixed. 4.9 wasn't going to fix everything. It was just the starting point of this new initiative. Hopefully, as we are seeing now, we've already had 2 hotfixes, I think, since 4.9. One last week for the weekend. One that wasn't really tested. It was just thrown out with the maintenance yesterday. Have we had any more since 4.9? I don't think so. And then tonight, another one is coming. They are... Anything that they can hotfix, it looks like they're just pushing them out as soon as they can, getting it into a hotfix channel, getting it tested, to then release to live as soon as possible. No word yet as to a proper, like, fix, because there are a lot of issues that I'm sure can't be hotfixed, but no word as to a 4.9.1 yet. The jukebox. Yeah, that brought its own problems, didn't it, considering only you can hear it because it's client-side music. Otherwise, copyright problems. But I did like that. Message of the day for Evocati. We are currently targeting tomorrow, so Thursday, for the start of 4.10 Evocati testing. So, no longer tech preview. Yeah, what that means is it's no longer tech preview for, just instancing testes. It's going to be an actual 4.10 PTU build. What 4.10 is going to be, but Evocati, early tests to see how it goes. I suspect with instancing, unless they feel like they need to do more instancing tests as a separate thing, they might keep it out of this PTU build and put other stuff in there. Yeah, it would be nice for this decoration AR mode that we're going to see for ships to be able to get that into hangars first, maybe, so we can decorate properly where you put something down and it doesn't immediately go whee, or when you start walking towards it. Building a new PC now, just waiting for the RAM prices. Tell me about it. What is it you're putting together, mate? Leaf, how you doing? You haven't played since 4.0. Been back 2 weeks and having an absolute blast. Glad to hear it. I'm happy to hear when that is said, because I know a lot of people are struggling and suffering. But then there are other people who are actually having very little problems. Again, it's all based on what you're doing. Prisoner, welcome. Oh, your ace uploaded, did it? Yo, add-on. Yeah, it's... From what I understand, it's still down. I don't know if it's working again, though. Richie, welcome. You really want engineering to matter a bit more. Yeah, same. It's, I think... Degradation will help in a way to give us more to do on board of a ship, like maintenance. If you're maintaining things and whatnot, then it won't degrade as fast. And if they do degrade, they might need swapping out. It's a shame that 4.5 brought it and nothing really much has happened since then. Having to run around, put out fires in combat, and fix things up, swap components out and whatnot. I'm looking forward to it getting more like that, especially for the bigger ships. Whenever that will be. How's your inventory working? Is your inventory alright? Is ASOP working? So inventory and ASOP loaded, but you can't call a ship. Your faith. But will they back off degradation like they did with engineering out at the outcry of players? I think the trouble is there's certain... I mean, a lot of the outcry from players in certain circumstances are just because if it's impacting day to day and there's other impacts like knock-on effects, like I guess longer time in quantum travel is a prime example of this, where if you're still being sent miles to do a mission, there's not enough localized content, there's not enough to do on board your ship, or you're falling out of your ship when you get out of the seat. It's kind of like there's a lot of knock-on effects of doing things. I actually liked the degradation. I don't think it was an outcry from players that they took away degradation. I think it was more that there was a problem with degradation for whatever reason, that they had to remove it and work on it before they could properly roll it out. But in a lot of cases, yes, outcry does have far more impact than it should. But at the same time, things need to cook, don't they? Yeah, exactly. If things were just setting on fire, which they weren't in my opinion, but if things were just setting on fire the minute you got in your ship, I mean, early PTU tests it was, and everything would just go on fire and you wouldn't know what was going on. But it's the balance, isn't it? And that goes for everything in Star Citizen. And it's every individual person has an idea of what balance is to them for that particular mechanic or whatever it is. But really what matters is Chris and the vision of the game and how that feels and how it plays. But the problem is it's still early in terms of, where all the chess pieces are for engineering. So it's a really complex thing. And it can have strong impacts. If one thing goes wrong, it can render all ships inoperable. So it's got to be working properly. But I'm sure they'll attempt it again at some point. I just hope it's sooner than later, because I really got excited for engineering and then nothing came of it, which is a real shame. It's uploaded. And you could call a ship. But I did have to relog when I first logged in. Not working well, logged back in again. Okay. Yeah, I think now that we only have like an hour and 15 left, there's no real point in logging in to do the op. I mean, if you guys, in the org want to crack on, you guys go for it, of course. But if I have to finish in an hour and 15 minutes, by the time I get loaded up, get to Nix, it'll be done. I'll have to come back. I know it's unpopular, and CIG did create this problem, but we should absolutely say F it to our current game experience until 1.0. I want to play regularly too, but I wish copium that the current status of play was not a priority at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you, but also not as extreme in that sense. I play regularly, and I very much enjoy playing with the org. So for me, if I want Star Citizen Alpha right now, how we play it, to be as easy as possible. So like not easy, but not riddled with bugs, big problems. The balance needs to be, and this is the difficulty of balancing for what we have now versus the next patch, versus in a year, versus 1.0 and then beyond. And a lot of me is, and this is why I didn't really have too much of a problem with 4.8, because a lot of the issues I wasn't really dealing with, because I was playing it differently. Part of me is like, I would rather they just keep throwing these features in so that we can get to the point of where 1.0 is going to be, and then fix and whatnot. But I guess a lot of that is just layering on top of layering of problems on top of problems. And as Benoit said, I don't think any of us really knew to the depth of how bad it was, with so many problems and the root causes not getting resolved, and it being more just band-aids. And the trouble with that is, as you approach, it's just going to get worse and harder to figure out how to fix these things as you're layering things on top. So I'm happy that they are now like, let's really hyper-focus on getting these things fixed. But at the same time, I don't want... it's technical debt that's just been building up. I don't want features to be very much on hold. Which, from what I understand, they're striking a balance. And as always, going back to the fact that a balance is important, they're very much prioritizing the bugs that are impacting us as players, while still building features and working towards 1.0. There is going to be a slight, like if you had it on a, you know, like a perfect bar where you had, you know, progress to 1.0 versus fixing what we have now, and it's going to balance each other out to some degree. Instead of it being like, let's get to 1.0 and it's very unplayable, let's start, you know, narrowing that down a bit wherever it is. That's a very rudimentary way of explaining it. So yeah, I hope that it's going to be a good balance. We don't know yet, because they've only just started this initiative. So far, I'm seeing 4.9 becoming far more playable than 4.8, but still with a lot of problems. We have had hotfix, now another hotfix, since 4.9, which has been, what, 2 weeks. So they are they're doubling down on fixing, which is good. It's definitely a good thing. I'm happy to see that. I hope to see a 4.9.1 with a huge, not even content, but a huge chunk of fixes. Keep these content drop patches coming, but as fixes for bigger things that can't be hotfixed. And if that needs, you know, 491, 492, 493, 495, 494, and then 410 in August, if that's how it has to be, that I'm absolutely fine with that. But it depends on as and when these fixes are done. No, of course, Dibley. And I think we're all in the same boat, right? And we all have our preferences and our balance in our head of what we prefer versus other people. It's just a case of they're not going to be able to please everybody. And in fact, they probably cannot please anybody because of how different that perspective is and how they don't really get to control everything, because game development can't really be controlled to that much depth. You put a feature in, it can break other features. It cannot be foretold in a lot of circumstances. But I think it is very important that right now that tech debt is managed. Because if we're approaching 1.0, and what's happened here? Did I just leave that on pause? Sorry, guys. Because as we approach 1.0, we want to be at a point that when we are playing 1.0, not as a finished, viable, released product, but as a PTU, and then a PU as a, you know, this is what we're going to release eventually, but now we're optimizing and bug fixing. We want to be having a good time. So that they can test everything in terms of how gameplay is balanced, and not just figuring out workarounds and all the core issues still remaining. And you know, it's getting all that crap out, the old stuff out, putting the new stuff in, and optimizing that and fixing that, and getting it to the point where it is then just optimizing and bug fixing, not dealing with these things that should have been tackled years ago. So yeah, I hope it's the right balance. But I don't know, and we won't know until time has passed. I'm hoping by 4.11 that they will have tackled the vast majority of these 100+ priority bugs and the first hour of friction issues, so that going into potentially something like Genesis, we're just able to play. There will always be bugs coming with each patch because they're still bringing in new features and new tech and whatnot, but if they can get on top of what we have now, then it'll be better. CIG, yeah, they've... scope creep doesn't happen, in my opinion, anymore, because we know what 1.0 is. That's what they're working towards. They're not like, oh, and we'll throw this in there as well, and we'll throw that in there. This is 1.0. They're working to everything listed here. Everything listed in this column is what 1.0 will be. They're not like, let's add another thing and add another thing. They're focused on getting to that. After that, scope creep can be like, let's go for it. Let's keep building because we'll have a viable release product and we'll be playing it. And they can keep pushing to add to that. Because by that point, everything we do will matter and it will be permanent. It won't be, what do you call it? Delaying the release further. Oh yeah, there's tech debt, but there's no scope creep anymore. It's, as I say, we know what they want for 1.0. They know what they want for 1.0. That's what they're working towards. They're not throwing more stuff out there. That is exactly what StarCitizen's main problem is. It takes too much time to do anything. You want to do mining and... Yeah, there is... I like the fact that you have to think and plan and get prepared. I enjoy that in games, and Star Citizen does it well, but there is still a lot of time-consuming things that could be sped up much better with things like our containers, our boxes, setting up our inventory, what do you call it, suit lockers, ships, having, you know, if we set up a ship, it stays set up, ready for when you go out and you want to use it. There is, it is a game that does require more time and planning and preparation, and it pays off. It's not the game that you can immediately jump in and just have a crazy, you know, FPS battle and then log out again. But that's where I suppose the benefit of things like instancing will come along, or contested zones. They're trying to offer everything for every kind of player, which to some might be a bad idea, but ultimately is a good thing because it means everyone can find something they enjoy and be a part of the whole thing, and then they may venture into other areas. It's, you can take as long as you want to get set up for stuff, and the more you plan and prepare, the better it can be. But then, you know, bugs, work in progress, get in the way. So, and there's still things that we need to speed up the ability to get prepared and get ready, and that stuff is just not there right now. And it does put me off. It puts me off when it comes to, like, shall I play Star Citizen? I've got an hour. No, because it's not enough time to do anything. When we have things like decorating our homes and our hangars and looking after pets, dealing with crops, managing inventory, fixing our ships properly, and doing all that kind of stuff, that's where there are, like, I've got an hour, let me jump in and just go and see everyone in the local headquarters and chat and see what's going on. And then when I get a bit of time tonight or later on, I'll jump in, I'll play for longer. Yo, sweetheart, how you doing? We never got to play, mate, unfortunately. Are you well? Smev, welcome, by the way. You know what I'm excited to hear about? Squadron. I'm so ready for it to release. And it'll be all hands on deck for 1.0. Yeah, VR, Squadron, I'm in, you know. So besides Starware, Lyle, welcome, mate. What do I think is coming with 4.11? Genesis, I'm hoping, for one thing. Do they think they'll be at 1.0 after 4.10? No. So 4.10, 4.11, 4.12, we're a long way from 1.0 Leaf. A long way off, mate. It won't. It'll be years before we get to 1.0. But yeah, Jared has mentioned that they intend that they're aiming for Genesis to be a 4.11 release, which, if that is the case, would definitely blow my mind. Beyond that, I don't know, but 4.11 is lining up to be a big patch. Obviously, 4.9, now it's about fixing what the problems are, which is why I'm hoping to see the majority of fixes by 4.11. And they've kind of stated that although 4.9, they're going to try and bring in a lot of the fixes for 4.9, it won't fix all of it. They'll try and get it in 4.10, 4.11 as well. It didn't sound like this initiative was, like, as much as it is a long-term initiative with their new approach, I think the 100+ issues that they've outlined, they intend to fix somewhat sharpish. Of course, some might take longer than others, but it's from the impression that I got from Benoit and the team is that they're trying to get as many of the fixes in as quick as possible, which would be great, especially if going into 4.11 we get things like Genesis and whatnot. But until we get to that point, it's all just, I guess, speculation and copium. Yeah, that's the thing, Leaf. And it's, you know, our impatience and our frustrations come because of how good Star Citizen can be. We genuinely get excited for this stuff because we've experienced something that you don't get from other games. So when it doesn't work and you can't get that from anything else, it gets even more frustrating. Oh, I don't know. No, they kind of... Didn't they say that base building isn't expected this year? Or is it that they've just not mentioned any of it? I'm pretty sure they mentioned something about it not being this year. Just Squadron, GTA, that'll keep me going for a while. For Genesis, is there a particular Nyx planet that they have said they... All of them, all three. They've said Genesis will release with all of Nyx's planets. Or something along those lines. But it was definitely all three are planning to come with... Because I thought it would just be Nyx 1. Let's test it out with this. You have much hope for Benoit. We've been tackling symptoms... Sorry, for Benoit's, we've been tackling symptoms in the past, and now we are focusing on root causes. Yeah, that needs to be a must. A must, sorry. Christopher, welcome. You... 16 gig, you're probably going to struggle. Star Citizen is kind of getting to the point where 32 is really the minimum you want to be running amount of RAM, which doesn't bode well for the price of RAM, of course. There too many random time sinks that could be... Yes, but, you know, that stuff is... They want all that as well, right? They're not, like, trying to make the game very long-winded and boring and just constant, you know, inventory management and doing all this stuff. They do want to streamline it and make it as efficient as possible so that when it comes to getting in and playing, you're not having to mess around with stuff. Yo, blah, blah. Yeah, servers, mate. I need a Wii, actually. Let me have a Wii. But yeah, they're not intentionally trying to slow everyone down. It's just... The problem is there's a lot of systems that aren't streamlined, as you say, right? A lot of it isn't streamlined, and they need to be so that we're not just spending hours and hours trying to just get out of the door, out of the hangar. Another cider. How long after Genesis release do I think they'll go back and rebuild the other planets? Oh man, I really wouldn't even want to guess, because nothing I say will give us any indication as to what will actually happen. It's you know, I don't know. It's definitely becoming one of the more sort of common questions, though, is you know, how will it speed up the ability to generate more planets, more systems quicker, and what are they going to build Castra first, or are they going to bring Stanton next, and then Pyro? Can they do it all at the same time? Like, if they're using Nyx 1, 2, and 3 to test this technology, which they probably are, right? They're proving it out on that. When it's proved out, can they then just be like, right, let's set it up to do Stanton, Pyro, and Castra, and Terra? Let's get it all done immediately. Let's set the ball rolling for it? Or do they have, like, how much do they need to babysit this technology in order to make sure that it does it right versus just hitting a button and letting it do its thing, which I'm talking extremities, right? There's obviously going to be a mixture of that one. Wonko, how are you doing? Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. So you're all right with them shutting down PU after Squadron releases, if that would actually allow less time spent on current systems that are band-aids to hold us over until 1.0 refactor. And yeah, I mean, again, I hope it's a bit of a balance where they're no longer band-aiding, right? It's a case of getting the root causes fixed. So the technical debt is no longer a problem, and then they can just build on what we have and actually make it work, right? Instead of there being multiple problems. They certainly won't, like, shut down the PU. It generates a lot of income, advertising. I don't want it. A lot of other people don't want it, of course. But, you know, naturally, some people would agree that it would be a quicker, speedy way of getting the game out. But at the same time, there won't be any testing of it. All that will do is that when they reopen it again, we will just be inundated, or they'll be inundated with bugs after bugs that will then have to be fixed. The benefit of doing it this way, which, you know, it's a double-edged sword. There are pros and cons, but the benefit is they have thousands of QA testers rather than just tens, I don't know, maybe hundreds, I don't know, of internal QA testers on the rigs that they have. They get so much better data from sending it out to us and having us find every single problem there is. Yo, Philip, yeah, mate, not good, I'm afraid. Oh. Yo, Jackman, how you doing? Yeah, they're not. It's down, mate. We're waiting for it to be brought back up. Oh, blah, blah. If you're going to start being a douchebag, you can just go, I really can't be bothered with the constant, like, nitpicking of crap. Honestly. Your decision, right? You can stay, join in, and converse, but if you're just going to sit there and complain about stupid crap, I can't be bothered with you. I'll let you decide. Okay. Has it recovered now, Kit? Just because you can get in might not mean that it's recovered. I don't know if things like ASOP inventory, how have people found it? Yeah, systems like Transit certainly need proper, day after day with this blah blah, need proper refactors, right? I guess the point of, well, yeah, ignore him. Like I say, you were here the other day, blah, blah, and I don't mind people having, you know, like, typically having a genuine concern and a conversation about it, but if you're just going to sit there spouting nonsense, you might as well do us all a favour and disappear, because we're not, that's not what my stream is about, or my community. It is entirely up to you, mate, you decide. Oh, so inventory's working again. Can anyone else get in and play? So, Freya is in Spectrum, asked to log out of launcher, quit app, run it back again, and log in. Sounds like they may have sorted it. I'm not going to log in, because I've only got an hour left, and there's no point, because there's not much I can do in that hour. Waka said to restart, they've restarted the Australians, Shad. Just select best. Are you all in? All right, it's back up. Hang on, let me check. Just before I change the title, log out, close the launcher, shut down the PC, throw it into the ocean. Pick a new game. Before I do, let's just double check, cross check, Everyone's inventory working all right. ASOP. All that kind of stuff. Is it working? Whereabouts are you, sweetheart? Are you in New Babbage? If you're in New Babbage, then yeah, I can jump in and grab it from you. But if not, don't bother making the trip because, you know, I mean, yeah, we'll see. Hang on, let me log out, shut down the launcher, and do the same. But I'm not going to jump in and do our intended op today because we've only got an hour left. But I'm glad it's back up. Typical, it was literally the duration of my stream. Pardon me. Right. Seems to be working on Australia 050. Excellent. Anyone else got any information? Oh, a new Foundation Festival Twitch drop. Doyle, welcome, mate. For the 29th, what is it? Stuck in the hub, can't pull up your Moby glass. Did you log out of your launcher, close it, relaunch? Yeah, I've seen other people saying that the hangars are still overlapping. I don't know if it's like there are multiple issues causing it and they've managed to fix one, or if that potential bug fix is not fixed it at all. When I saw the maintenance of Tuesday, I was like, yay! Oh, poor APOC. And now this. It's like, come on. Alright, yeah, let's, I'll meet you at my hangar. If it's working, we'll see if it works. At least I'll be able to test it myself. And I can get that Helix. Thank you for crafting that for me, sweetheart. That can be the gameplay for today. Picking up a crafted Helix 1 from Sweetheart. Ah, Twitch Foundation Festival. Let's have a look at this. Twitch drops. Ooh. What is it then? So, you get an Atlas Foundation Festival livery for free. Do you get the Atlas? You don't get the Atlas, do you? I don't think. I think you get the Atlas livery. But their link's in description there, guys. Alright, where are you, sweetheart? I'll join in on you. It's still showing that, look. Still showing that it's 1 out of 1. 0 out of 1. Elevators are an issue this morning. Yo, JC. You mean freight elevators? Freight elevators are an issue, full stop. Oh, was that just a shard lock fix? Still a lot of complaining of Spectrum chat. I'll jump in. There's no better testing than trying it yourself, is there? Oh, hangar elevators. What, ASOP? This year, we're also trying something new to celebrate the creators who bring the Star Citizen community together. Subscribe to any participating streamer in the Star Citizen category during the campaign window, and you'll receive a Banu Lockbox replica. A rare, decorative item that hasn't been available since the Bar Citizen 20... It's not going to be rare for long. Very cool. Head tracking. Alright, I'll wait for you in my hangar, sweet, if you want to come over to me, mate. Just let me know when you're outside and I can... Oh, are you going to drop it in your freight elevator and then bring it up in mine? The Spectrum Cat is saying that things are better now. I wish I knew who the Spectrum Cat was. Man, those cats are crazy. What if you're already subbed? You miss out. Everyone has to unsub. And then don't do that. Ah, the Spectrum Cat. Everything is fine. Are you still shard locked? Oh my good lord, Zero. Well, that's ridiculous. 2 black hole elevators. Almost fell in. Oh, yeah, MobiGlass. Yeah, Moby seems to be working fine for me. Oh, super fast. Paul! How are you doing? Did you have a nice holiday, sir? Did you say your password, bro, as you said information and started typing? Just checking as these things can happen. No, I didn't, don't worry. Thank you so much for the... What's it called? What do they call it on YouTube? The monies. We'll call it the monies. Thank you so much, my friend. How was your holiday? Let me just go check inventory. See if that's working. But yeah, MobiGlass is fine. Yeah, I feel like we need a Spectrum cat as well. Wing, how you doing? Deacon, don't you dare. You probably already have unsubbed, don't you? Yeah, I know, Solomon. I should just call him Sweet, to be fair. Yeah, it's all there. It's very responsive. Super chat, that's what it's called. Thank you. Let's bring me huge poster of the constellation. That'll be a nice one. They've started a redesign of Spectrum now. Oh my good lord. Finally, stuff to talk about. Let me have a look. Cornwall. Do you know, I don't think I've ever been to Cornwall. Thank you again for the super chat. Oh, not found. What's happened there? New Spectrum. Oh, I'll have a look at that in a sec. Spectrum readers, that's cool. Cool to see the stuff coming along. There it is. There it goes. Oh no. Okay. Well, that's not server problems. That's that's freight elevator abyss problems. You missed off the E. Like it. Spectrum are downvoting, are they? Let me have a look at it. Off the top of my head, I can't really see anything different. Oh, I see. Okay, I need to look into that more. I can't really see it. Well, there goes that poster. So, freight elevators are working. They're just obviously dealing with other issues. Better mobile support. Yes, that would be nice. I certainly do, Quantum. I do have a camping trip in November set up for Lake District. Where off-grid camping, no, wild camping, the same thing. I think next to Windermere. But we are, but I will be doing more camps between now and then, like someday, and then more in my little wood area. Yeah, I thought we left all this stuff in. Let me get this stuff out, because I don't want it here, because I need to be able to use this ironclad. It was Amazon's fault. What are they saying now? Is it all... We're still saying it's down. Yeah, so it wasn't Amazon's fault then, I'm guessing. I want to put up my Connie model from the Substore. Bought it years ago, but I don't think it's even... No, I don't... Is that the Takietsu stuff? It's a real shame about that, because there's so many things. We got power? Okay.
Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch complete.
Pull these out, and then she'll be ready for... Maybe Friday we should do this mining up together. People have been organised for it and looking forwards to it. I think we could do it on Friday if you like, guys. Does that sound alright? So it's not Amazon. You work with the largest... What's AAA? Is that an Amazon thing? And you would have noticed. Tacky, what's its name? They're not tacky. They're very good. Yeah, there's so much hanger flare that is just... Oh, well, I need to change the title. That we just can't access because it's old. Screw the YouTube title. You guys can stick with the same one. Yes, it looks like they fixed the issue. Your question is, when did Star Citizen go from being a sandbox to just a plain old MMO? Well, it's still a sandbox. What do you mean? I bought into the game with the idea of exploring over 100 star systems as they added more. Yeah, when you bought into the game, though, the planets were singular landing zones, maybe 4 at most. They weren't procedural. They were taken down on rails. It is still sandbox. Yo, Legion, it seems to be working all right now, yeah. Exploration is going to be exponentially better because of their approach of procedural generation and not on rails, single landing zones. It is going to be so much more interesting because you have full planets. The number of planets aren't important. I feel like you're trying to, spread your narrative by focusing on something that is actually arbitrary and not a problem at all, and making it sound like it is. The number of planets does not matter. It's the content on the planets and how those planets are versus how they were and how they are in other games. They are 10 times better than what they... Well, more than 10. They're so much more better. Are you still stuck in your hab? Can't look around. No MobiGlass. What on earth? Why is that happening now? They could have done what they're doing now, just with more star systems and features. They should remove the star map. ARC. The ARC star map. Since those systems will never come. Jesus Christ. They will come. They will just take longer. That's why they're building the Genesis tech. So that they don't have to handcraft every planet. They can procedurally generate it. And create those systems. Yeah, it's just not releasing with the... We're not getting all 100 with the launch of Star Citizen, as they previously said however many years ago. But, they also said when they announced it that this isn't going to happen. Christopher, thank you so much, my friend. Much appreciated there, sir. What's that for? The bullpup ammo is now lootable in Microtech. Seeing reports of bullpup ammo in... Excellent. Glad to see it. From Stanton's Bunkers. Yeah, the CQ7. Yeah, it's like... Then why are you here, blah, blah? Honestly, like a serious, genuine question. If you truly feel this way, why are you still here? And why do you persist to just complain and not go and do something else with your time? Paul, thank you, sir, as always. You've been salvaging in the reclaimer for the org, and it's getting full at some point. Yes, if you rendezvous with Joshua he is the chap. Is it? It might be Joshua. It might be another logistics chap. To drop that stuff off with our logistics team. Yeah, it's like the argument, this argument, or not, it's not even an argument, this question, this debate or whatever, has been flawed years ago many times. And so the only reason I think someone would ever bring it up again is because they're just trying to be dickheads. It's the only thing I can think of why someone would truly feel that, you know, that will still think in that way. Because what we were going to get compared to what we're going to get now is so much better that I don't know where the complaint is coming from. Unless you wanted 100 systems with very bare planet, well, not even planets, just, well, landing, like 5 landing zones potentially on, at most, on one of them, maybe one on another or 2 on another. Starfield. You would prefer Starfield over Star Citizen after all this time, all that money? Like, I'm honestly, genuinely wondering if you're just trolling me, or if you genuinely think that way. Yeah, people just love to suffer. We don't put up with it for long, because we know it's just nonsense. But I'm genuinely interested to see if they're just being annoying. You backed in your 30s, now you're 50, right? A complete pointless statement. Still there's no finished game. Maybe it'll be done by the time I'm in my 60. Okay, let's just get rid of him. I can't be bothered with that. Yo, Red. Yeah, we put up 14 years. Like, what the fuck? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like, there's a whole world out there. Go do something. Jesus. Oh, we've still got that storage box on here, Deacon. We have a few guys in our org that spout this nonsense. I think there are some that are actually that dumb. Yeah, mostly they mostly just leave because they don't get anywhere, and you know, nothing that they say kind of sticks. But oh, blimey. Okay, yeah, okay, blah blah. I've you know, I've tried. Let's see what we can do. Do we time out or just hide? Probably hide, I guess. What do you think, Sandman? Papa, how you doing? Are you one of the creators that by watching for 4 hours we can be... Yes, the Bantu box. Twitch drops. Yes, I will have Twitch drops active. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Sandman. Probably best you do it, because I don't know what I'm doing. It's, you know, like, obviously people have genuine concerns. I'm absolutely okay with that. But when people are saying stuff that has already been, I suppose, debunked in a way, or explained, it just becomes, like, I don't know if they're just taking the mick, or being genuine. I really just don't know. But I can't be bothered with it. You know, if they truly feel that way, we're not gonna have a conversation about it, because it's just, they're just wrong. I don't know how to say it. Oh gosh. People are their own worst nightmares, though. Like, the problem isn't Star Citizen and you know, the time it's taking or other people. It's them. And their inability to get out of their own way and help themselves. It's like, if you feel that way, get out. You right? Oh, there's sweet. Yeah, okay. Twitch drops, basically, if you are watching so you've got to link your account on RSI to Twitch drops. my account is linked, so essentially, if you watch my stream... In fact, let's go and do this in one of these smaller ships. Oh, no, I won't. I'll turn the lights off. If you watch my stream during the period of Twitch drops, you will, after about 4 hours of watching, it doesn't have to be all in one day. It can be over the course of many days, and you can watch me, you can then watch someone else who also has Twitch drops, and then someone else. It'll accumulate your watch time up to the required amount, which is usually 4 hours, at which point you will... I just realized I don't need to do this. Unlock the Atlas skin, and if you subscribe to anyone who has Twitch drops, you will unlock the bento box. Well, the scope creep stopped a long time ago. There we go. Scope creep happened for a long while, right? You can look at the, what do you call it, the stretch goals to see that it happened. And don't get me wrong, it still kind of went on, but they got on and started building. And since, I suppose, especially the... Okay. You dickhead, I did wonder why it was coming from you. Sometimes sarcasm doesn't translate properly. You dickhead. Yeah, it's like, I get the frustrations. I feel the frustrations as well. Even more so than some others, right? Because I've been here so long, and I do this for a living, which in some cases helps, in some cases hinders, makes it worse, makes it better. But as an adult, you learn how to deal with your emotions, and deal with disappointment, and letdowns, and patience. And I guess some people just don't. There's more to the world than Star Citizen. It'll eventually get there. It is a question of how long do you want to wait for it, really. And are you playing now? Are you not playing? And I don't mind anyone's perspective. Anyone's perspective is absolutely okay. Their opinions are their opinions, and I am fine with that. I'm fine with blah blah's opinions. If he feels that way, then he's right. That's his opinion. That's his perspective. I have a different one. And there's no reason why, as adults, you can both, as children, flipping out. Speaking of which, probably have disagreement about Star Citizen, I would think. You can have a difference of opinion and still be friends, still be kind, still be cool, and not cause problems. But when, it's the equivalent of someone in the street telling me that they don't like something, and I'm like, oh, fair enough. Yeah, I don't mind it, but fair enough. And then them telling me again. I'm being like, oh, yeah, I know, I get it, yeah, I hear you. And then telling me again, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you've already said. And then telling me again, that's what it's like when you're streaming and someone is just constantly wittering about what they don't like over and over again. I don't know, waiting for you to change your opinion on it? I really don't know. And that's just kind of what I don't abide. I get it. You don't like it. Thank you for your opinion. Done. Wrong community. Wrong streamer. Yeah. Go find someone else. Quantum, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Big Welsh Matt, welcome. Mojo Train, welcome. Yeah, it's like, I've dealt with people like that in the real world, where it's like they just want to keep berating until you say, I agree, which isn't going to happen. It just doesn't happen. Pete's not streaming for obvious reasons. What's the obvious... What the heck is... overlapping hangars, maybe? Is this overlapping hangars? Yes. Can confirm. Still a problem with overlapping hangars. Whether this is the bug that they supposedly fixed, or if there are other issues causing it, I don't know, but there is definitely a UTV over there that is not mine. Thank you, Papa. End of the day, I know for a fact I must annoy so many people with my positive vibes and positivity and whatnot. But what they don't realise is that their negative vibes annoy me just as much as my positive vibes annoy them. So it's not like you win because I'm this over-positive kind of guy. It's, no, you annoy the crap out of me because you just complain and moan all the time, when really, that's not a problem. To be pedantic, scope creep is when existing features are expanded. Feature creep is when... Oh, true. No, you're actually true there, yeah. I might have been wrong in what I said. I can't remember. I guess it depends on what we're actually talking about in terms of features and so forth. You see a ship husk. Yeah, just lingering. I don't know what's going on here, but it's not looking... it's not looking good. I'm going to get a coffee while we wait for Sweetheart. He's bringing... Bless him, he basically crafted a really good... some really good Helix 1s with some good materials. Knocking each other out in our separate hangars. Yes! Oh, that was hilarious. And there was that one person that I didn't realise... what was happening, and I literally floored this guy who was more of like a ghost. So he would have been in his hangar doing what he's doing. Suddenly, he gets incapped or knocked out, and he's like, "What the hell?" I just hope that they understand what went on and that it was an accident. Did he confirm that? I think he said he started later if he finishes cleaning. It's cleaning. Oh no! Oh, I hate that. It's like it's got to be done. Cleaning out his trash for his new chair. Oh, what's he getting? That's probably the only time. But it's not the only time I clean, unfortunately. I have to clean. I'm just gonna get some water. Hang on. When I've got something new coming in, it's a good time to clean. Aren't working. There we go. Tell you what, as I do get older, my fingers are getting worse. The amount of stuff I drop now, when before it should have been fine. Just like you're holding it 1 second and then literally it's gone, and you think I didn't do anything. I didn't move. He's getting a lazy boy. A Lazy Boy Winchester. Is that like a gaming version of the Lazy Boy? Or is he literally just a lazy... That's... Oh man, that's like the ultimate gaming chair. Deadlock, how you doing by the way? And Varian, how is Singapore? I'd love to go to Singapore. Is that where they have the biophilic living or bio something living? Where all the buildings are covered in plants? You've waited 12 years for exploration, Lucardus. That's just how it is. No other project matches Star Citizen if you're a happy player of the games meanwhile. Yeah, and again, exploration. If we got Star Citizen back in, what, 2014, 2 years from now, 2012, we'll make this game as out like... Because they did say, do you want us to keep the funding going and build a bigger, better game? Or do you want us to take the money that we've raised now, the 4 million, a bit more, and build the game that we said? And, I mean, I'm sure there was someone there who said... Build the game. Build the first game. But the vast majority were like, no, let's keep it going. This is exciting. Let's keep going. And that's where, you know, feature creep, scope, creep, scope, whatever, continued on. Mojo, thank you so much, my friend. But if we got Starfield back then, Star Citizen back then, as that was supposed to be, I mean, I'm sure I would have loved it and it would have been epic. But knowing what I know now, with Genesis and where we're going. Base building. Space station building. All this stuff, you know. Like weather and this kind of, you know, dynamic simulation weather and whatnot. It's... as much as I don't know if I would have been happy to wait, knowing how long it would have taken, I'm sure that perspective would have changed things massively, I'm sure. But I am happy with the direction. Not on everything. Certain things I'm like, oh, that seems a bit arcadey, or that seems a little less like the simulation I like. But the grand scheme of things, it's going in the right way. That one person who said no is always the one in my head that's like Simpsons. You know, the old guy that sits in the crowd who's like, all those in favour, yes. All those against, aye. That's who I think of. My thoughts on stealing ships and being able to keep them absolutely should happen. On two scales. You've got stealing, piracy. I found a ship, I want it, and it's going to happen. I want to make this my own. You've got to pay or do something to sort of scratch off the reg tag. Use it for yourself, but obviously if you go to places with ATCs where it is a law-abiding system, it's going to flag up as stolen. There might be, you know, bounty on your head or something along those lines. But you've got it, you keep it, it's hanger-bound wherever you want to put it. It won't get wiped because, you know, at that point there won't be wipes. But also, if you're out salvaging or mining and you see a ship and you're like, ooh, who owns this? And it's been claimed on insurance, it's just a ship. You will be able to claim that ship and I guess pay for the registration of that ship. So pay for the reg tag, which I don't know what it'll cost, but it certainly won't be the cost of a brand new ship. And then you can claim that for yourself, fix it up and keep it going. So they do want both. They've mentioned the idea of both, not in great detail as to how it's all going to work, but it is something that they want. Sweetheart? Where are you? Your ship purpled! Did you lose everything? Oh no! As you were landing, it purpled. Oh mate, I'm so sorry. Did you have a lot of stuff on board? Yo, DK. Game is super broken, but that being said, when it's working enough, it's probably been the most fun I've had since you backed in 2018. Yeah, that sums it up, right? That's how it is. It's broken in many areas, but my goodness, it's one heck of a game. Oh, sweet, I'm so sorry, mate. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm so sorry that happened. It's another thing that needs fixing. Don't prioritize my mining laser. You know, get whatever you need, whatever the org needs. Sort that out first. I can wait. It's just shit that happened. Another thing that needs fixing, you know, whatever this purple thing is. If you got Starfield back then, it would have been so... It would. It really would. If Starfield came out in 2012, 2014, it would have been like, this is amazing. It's only because I've been playing Star Citizen that when that came out, it's like, oh my, this is what Star Citizen was originally pitched as. It's like the decade we waited between Star Wars and Spaceballs. Oh, Spaceballs is great. I mean, Star Wars is good as well. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, if you've stolen it, you're not. But then insurance doesn't have to be insurance from a legitimate company, right? You've got the criminal side of things. You can insure it with a criminal organization. There may be some downsides to that, but might be able to get it back. Yeah, absolutely, Bob. The people with expensive stuff on their ship are the ones who get their ships purpled. It's so true. You keep your feathers numbered. Thank you for trying to get that to me, sweetheart. For crafting it and trying to get it to me, mate. I'm sorry that it happened, though. Crazy, how you doing? Will it take another 14 years to get... No. So, this is where the Genesis Planet Tech comes in, right? This is one of the biggest questions that I have about Genesis Planet Tech, which is kind of what we just saw there. Let's play it again, because it's so beautiful. In fact, let's play the proper one while we're chilling and chatting. The thing with Genesis is it is a piece of tech that allows them to build planets and systems quicker and also at much greater quality with all the technologies that they need for the future of Star Citizen. You know, like soil quality and weather systems and populating it with creatures and points of interest. It's all stuff that's you know, part of Genesis. And the big question is, how fast can things be built? How fast can a full system be crafted using Genesis? And for the initial use case of Genesis being Nix, right? Nix 1, 2, 3, that that amount will be lesser than after it's matured a little bit. The technology's matured and so on and so forth. So it's going to start speeding up. We're going to start with Nix 1, 2, and 3, the Nix system, getting their planets in, looking like this, with all the technologies that it needs. With more technologies to come, it's just kind of, it's the foundation to add to. And then, like I say, we don't know if it's going to be, let's go to Stanton next, get all those converted, or Pyro, or Castra, or Terra. Well, we know Castra will come before Terra, so I doubt it's going to be Terra. But can they do it all at the same time? Can they roll it out, you know, like how long will it take? So, 1.0, as we know, as you know, the 5 systems, X amount of planets, X amount of moons. From there, Genesis will have been pretty well developed, because we're talking all those planets, all those ecosystems, and all the technologies, so it should speed up a lot. Yes, Wolf, it's working for me fine now. The elevators to ship hangars were broken. All I can suggest is log out of the game, log out of your launcher, close the launcher properly, you know, close it completely, relaunch, log in again, and do it that way. Well, eventually, yes, we do want more. It's not a case of, you know, do we want more planets? Do we want more systems? Do we want more content? Do we want more features? We want it all, right? And it's going to bring it all. The servers struggle because the back-end tech is not finished, and it's continuing to get worked on, and it will continue to get optimized. That's irrelevant of whether they start throwing out more planets or systems, more content. It's still going to suffer regardless. That's a whole different ball game that needs work, and the teams are working on that, right? It's being done. Rota, how you doing? But we also need all the content. They shouldn't stop working on stuff. And this is kind of, you know, going back to the conversation we had earlier. You don't tell an entire company to drop tools while only a certain amount of people fix things. That would be the worst way to spend our money, you know, our backer money, and that's the worst business. It needs to keep going, right? It just needs to keep going while they fix it all. It's just an ongoing process, and we've been here this long. It's going to keep taking time. We'll get there. Radioactive planets, yeah. Xenomorphs, absolutely. Facehuggers, 100%. Docking hangar is not broken in Asia, and elevators work. Okay, there's some more docking fixes coming to the hotfix tonight. But it looks like I don't know how many of the overlapping hangar issues there are. I don't know if it's just one issue that needs resolving, or if it's many dealing with instancing and so forth. When they say a potential fix, it could be fixed. That fix could have been fixed, but there could be other issues. So I don't know what's happening there, but I definitely saw an overlapping hangar when I first logged in. Yo, Code, how you doing, mate? I don't think I said hello to you yet, did I? When did Nix come out? Last year, end of last year. So, well, yeah, 4.5, the last patch of the year, Nix dropped, but planetless. And they said this year is when they're going to start fleshing out the Nix system, which is what they've been doing, you know, content, missions, points of interest, and then Genesis bringing the planets, of course. He tried docking, and all it did was make the hussy vanish and left me floating in space. Oh, man. Welcome, KP. So there is a hotfix coming tonight, which it's got further docking fixes, docked ship commodity selling fixes. Well, that's it for docking. They don't actually specify a lot. No, we've got the Nix system, Sloppy. You can jump from Stanton to Pyro. You can jump from either to Nix. We just don't have the planets. The Genesis Planet Tech, which we're seeing in the background here, is going to be used to flesh out, to bring the planets this year sometime. You lost your personal hangar before maintenance, and it came back after. Whoa! Thank goodness. Yeah, I think a lot of people had a similar issue, but I don't know if everyone's got their stuff back yet, their hangar back. Oh, yeah, yeah. It was about half an hour before I started streaming, so 1:30. It's now 5:45, 10 to 6. I was about to jump in and get set up for the today's op with the org, and I couldn't log in, and then I was starting to hear from other people saying that they can't get it either. Satterball is apparently gone. For good, according to Jared. And in all honesty, as much as Jared would know more than I do, right? I'm not saying I know more than him by any means. But I feel like it will one day happen. Because it's in the lore, you've got... you know, they once had a working version of it to some degree. Where we couldn't play it, I don't think. No, they had like a competition. It looked a bit like Ender's game in that arena. But Jared said it's done with. That it was just used to test EVA. But in my opinion, or from my understanding, that wasn't necessarily 100% true, because they had other elements as well that were intended for that kind of stuff. It was an intended sport in Star Citizen that got put on the back burner, much like Arena Commander did, and certain aspects of Arena Commander did. So that, because for a long while in Star Citizen, CIG darted from Arena Commander being the testbed to the PU being the testbed, back and forth. It was like a constant, like, very much, well, Arena Commander is more focused test. It's more of a fair test. We can get a stricter ruling to see how things work. But we have the PU. It gives us a more realistic test of what it's going to be like in the P. And they bounced back and forth for a long while, and they've brought Arena Commander up to a certain standard. With Bunting, not with Bunting, with DJ, one of the devs, they didn't put Bunting around it, and then they moved, and then it's sort of been left by the wayside. So it's, you know, understandably things like, there you go, Kana, welcome mate. Understandably things like even Satterball just kind of got pushed to the side. Now I hope Jared was more just being flippant because he was kind of sick of hearing the same question about where is it and whatnot, that he was just kind of shooting it down with the idea of stopping people from asking again. But I do get the impression that way beyond 1.0, it will eventually become a sport that we can compete in and have leagues and things, much like racing does now. Let me try and find footage of it. But, as I say, Jared would know more about this. I would say go into it with the expectation that it's probably not going to happen, but I'm still clinging on to a little bit of hope, personally, just because I dream. Let me see if I can find this. I think that's it. Okay. Bear with me. Yeah, this is... Oh, well, this isn't a fan-made trailer. This is, as it says, a re-upload. Is this fan-made? This very much looks like the demo that they showed. Maybe they just made a trailer using the footage that they had, the official footage. So this was the arena, and basically you've got to get a ball in from one end and score it into the next. Okay, that's... Man, the game looks so different. Yeah, this is the original footage. It's just someone's made it into a trailer. No, I'm not bothered about Satipol right now. It's not something that I think should get any time or work done on it at all. But at some point, I think it would be really cool because there is so much lore behind it. The Banu love it. They go and support it and watch it. Yeah, it's basically Ender's Game. You've got to shoot a ball into the opposition's goal using tractor beams to pull yourself around. It's a cool concept, but it was just, like a lot of stuff, just sort of dropped or put on the back burner. But as I say, Jared kind of says it's done with, so that's the most official information we've had on it most recently, which was a lot of years ago. He said it anyway. Yes, no, the Banu don't care who wins or loses. They just get really involved in all that excitement. They'll watch anything and just enjoy it. Those panels are pretty much currently in ASD power costs. There's so many assets from back then that still seem to be around. It's just gone downhill from there. Professor, welcome. Every time I consider, it should be working now. It should be working. You should be able to get in, but we have had the servers go down, so yeah. And we blamed Amazon. I'm sorry, Amazon. It probably wasn't your guys' fault. So wait, didn't they wait to release the system until... No! What they decided to do was, I think mostly because they wanted to claim that they released 2 systems in 1 year. So, 4.0... beginning of 2025, they put out the Pyro system. It was a mess until 4.0.1, and then it started getting a little better. Got to 4.5, and they were like, here's the Nix system. But we're going to build out the Nix system throughout next year, in front of your eyes, as you're playing it. Where, I'm sure a lot of it was... Let's just say that we've put out 2 systems. We've had one system for so many years. Here's another system. Let's get a third one out, but we'll build the content out as it goes. Which, in all fairness, for something like Genesis Planets, I'm fine with that, right? It's very unlikely it was going to be anywhere near ready for last year, 4.5. I'm glad they put out Nix system. I would rather they put it out as we have it today, or then, and now today, than waiting on it for the planets to be ready. I enjoy going to Nix. There's so many cool things I like about Nix, so it doesn't bother me. But yeah, we have Nix, we just don't have Nix 1, 2, and 3 planets. But they should be coming this year, and all being well, 4.11 in August. No, September. Oh yeah, we had Levski for a long while, didn't we, DK? Oh, man, even just that. Getting the Grand Barter back. I love that. Yeah, we can just blame Bezos. Yeah, they would like I'm a Celeb. They would like all that crap. Ugh. You're in Quantum. I hope it's working. Yes! Yeah, there's a new hotfix. So, last Friday, they put out a hotfix for the weekend. We've been playing that over the weekend. No. Did they do that? Or they put it out? I can't remember if it's been out all that time. I was playing for 10 anyway. But yesterday they put out. They brought the servers down, did some maintenance, and released that hotfix to live, and as well brought in some more fixes. My latest video covers the 2 most recent hotfixes we have had and the maintenance and what they've essentially fixed or potentially fixed. There is definitely still a hanger overlapping issue. Sudote, thank you for the follow. They are currently putting together a new client server hotfix for tonight, with further docking fixes, docked ship commodity selling, minimap route display fixes, and multiple stability updates. And they also plan on having a client side up. Sorry, they also plan on having the client side up on the hotfix channel tonight for testing. So probably overnight testing, look to launch to live tomorrow or Friday. But whether you play on the hotfix or the live, it makes no difference. It all points to the same stuff. So you can play either and it all progresses the same way. Difference being is that you'll have the fixes on the hotfix and not on the other one, the live build. But you do need to technically download those differences. So my advice is if you want to play tonight when the hotfix comes down, copy paste your live build, rename it hotfix, make sure that when you hit download on 4.9 hotfix channel, it routes to that one and doesn't create a whole new patch. Otherwise, you know, you're downloading the 100 and something gig again, and it will just download the difference, and then you can play. Alcarist, welcome. How could I sell stolen ship parts in Pyro? Where should I go? Do you mean play? If they're player stolen, I don't think you can sell them because they're bricked, or they will be bricked unless you're quick. If they are NPC stolen stuff or taken stuff, then you can sell them at, I suppose, maybe space stations. Does anybody know where you can sell NPC components or components in Pyro? Maybe places like Jackson's Swap. Also, what was the message of the day for 411? Sorry, 410. What was that one again? About a new 410 patch coming, but it's a proper PTU patch, not a tech preview. Is that coming today again? I think they said. Maybe, no, tomorrow. There is a 4.10 PTU Evocati, so under NDA, but Evocati PTU test, so the official sort of kicking off of 4.10 as a patch, coming tomorrow. That's their intention. Whether it does or not is still yet to be seen. I don't think there's a fix for the repair beam, for the tractor beam moving side to side in the Ironclad. I don't know though, because I don't have that Ironclad. I have a different one. So checkmate, you should be able to sell them. Thank you, Sentry. Did I say hello to you, Vile? I don't know if I have or not. Welcome, by the way, mate. Have you just arrived? Or have I been chatting with you for a while and not realised? Oh. Well, that sucks, Wonko. Wonkopedia? Come on. Do you know, I've been like, when I'm thinking of putting my build together, my new PC build, and I'm thinking about like storage. For Star Citizen, I have a 1 terabyte M.2. And I think when Squadron comes, it's not going to be enough. You've just arrived today? You what? I recognise your name. Maybe we have 2 vials. Well, thank you for joining us, by the way. Welcome. Like, at any one time, I can have live, tech preview, PTU, and EPTU. That's 4 builds. 500 gig almost. When we get Squadron, that's probably going to be pushing 1 terabyte. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near a terabyte, but, you know, borderline pushing. And that's not to say they're going to have any other type of testing channel. I'm wondering if a 2 terabyte is going to be needed, or if it's going to be something else. Yeah, you've been here a while. Yeah, okay. You're just confusing me now. Doing it on purpose, aren't you? I was up at 5:30 this morning to a 4-year-old going, "I've finished with my wee wee and poo poo, my wee poo." It's like, what? You know that? Is it Lemmy or whoever it is, that streamer, that Scottish streamer? where he posts that image of, that was me this morning. Thankfully, Rachel got up to her. Fire, how you doing? Anyway, I need to end. It is time for me to finish. Bit of a dud gameplay day today. Orgmates, APOC, COO. Are we good for Friday to do this mining event on Friday? Did we have anything else planned other than the off-grid stuff? Or were we planning to do the trade meet? Are we able to do both? Hopefully they give the option to only install starcitizen, especially if you don't own Squad. Oh, you get the option to install what you want. Yeah, no, I don't expect it to be above, 200 at most. It's gonna be under 200, absolutely. But what I mean is, if there are any other testing channels, and is there a problem with M.2s being pushed towards their fullness, or is it like, if you've got 400 gigs spare, is it going to be fine? Thank you, Pseudo-Tame. Much appreciated. Welcome. Thank you, Lysin. Yeah, that's a good way of... what's that? Symbolic symbols in Windows? Okay. Yeah, do it on Friday. If you have 10 to 20% free, you're fine. Okay. I'll stick to 1 terabyte then. That should be absolutely fine. No new info on Squadron. No, I'm afraid not. Although I didn't to be attendees of this physical play session of Squadron, the content creators, didn't they get like a physical something? Like a physical letter or something? You're welcome, I swear. But thank you for hanging out, mate. Friday is Deacon saying Friday as well. Okay, excellent. So we'll do this on Friday. Plan is on Friday. We will get back to mining, as we didn't get a chance to do any of it today. Do the rangefinders? Yes, they can be. Yeah, they work. They're really useful. Yeah, and they have night vision. Although not all of them do they? Or have they replaced the ones that don't with the ones that do? You're more than welcome, Mantic. Anyone's free to join the org. If you're looking to join, absolutely. !org. Just make sure you join our Discord and yeah, read the rules, get acquainted with people, whatnot. You're all more than welcome. Right, I will be back on Friday. This week was relatively slow, wasn't it? It wasn't really going to bring anything. But now we're seeing a hotfix. We're seeing another 410 PTU. And I'm hoping a lot more fixes. Many more fixes. Bringing it to where it needs to be. That would be nice. Right. No piss poor Pete today. Let's see who else is on. Because he's cleaning. Because he's getting a chair. Flipping Pete. Who do we have? So, starcitizen. Let me see if I can find any of my followers streaming. Got Space Tomato. Got Spooner. They're doing all right, though. They got some good numbers. See who I can find that I reckon. Oh, Sun Devil's on. We might send it Sun Devil's way, I think. Yeah, shall we go that way? Streaming with Mr. Surge. So, /raid DM. That always throws me. Sun Devil. Cruella de Vil. Yeah, just maintenance. And the Friday newsletter wasn't... Oh, unrecognized command. Oh, hang on. Someone can't spell raid. There we go. There we are. Right, we've figured it. Those on YouTube, we're heading over to Sun Devil. I don't think he streams on YouTube, so you're just going to get ditched, I'm afraid. But I will see you all on Friday. Hopefully by that point, we've got more fixes and the hot fix will be out. We may even have another hot fix. We should be able to talk about 4.10 PTU. I will cover any news, any changes, any updates. I'm a bit reluctant to record any off-grid stuff right now because there's a lot of issues, but I think I might be fine. If I get the chance, I will probably jump in and do some, but I'm a bit like, I don't want it to break everything. But with that, enjoy Sun Devil's stream. Yes, do check out my camping YouTube channel. I am camping this weekend. Got some off-grid, some off-grid stuff going on there. Got recipes, gear reviews, tent reviews, wild camp, solo overnights, and so forth. Much appreciated, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.